Hi, good morning, everyone. Just to start with, my name is Chris Paxton. I am the Director of Administrative Services, which includes all of our development services for the city of Siloam Springs. Up front, you have some of our staff members. We also have a table with staff members across the back. I want this to try to be as interactive as possible. However, I will remind everyone that we are live streaming this and it will be recorded for the record. You'll see a microphone in the center of the room. If you do have a question, we want to get that captured so it can be recorded and other people can hear the question, not just the response that we give to it. So if you do have a question throughout the process, feel free to step up to the microphone and we will get that captured for other people to review later. Just to kind of start with, we are breaking this down into different sessions, but to start with, we wanted to try to introduce ourselves and tell you guys a little bit about why we are the professionals, and we want to assist you guys with learning a little bit more about Planning Commission and why we make the decisions and recommendations that we make as a staff and as a Planning Commission and as a city. So what is this training? This training is designed for the City of Siloam Springs Planning Commission. However, it is available for the public to attend. We do have different members of different legislative bodies present. We have some state representatives present. We have board members present. We have planning commissioners. The majority of our planning commission is present. However, this is not a training program that will teach you everything there is to know about planning, the community development processes, etc. This is a summary. It is an overview, and it is a time to learn a little bit more than just the standard basics, but it is not intended to include everything you may encounter. The goal is to help the Planning Commission or people that may be interested in joining the Planning Commission in the future with their decision-making processes and educate the public about the process. So we are open to discussion, but there are a few things that we need to know. Some things that we do are required by federal law, state law, case law, and or local law or ordinance. This is not a venue for general grievances. We do appreciate feedback. However, the microphone today will not be used to express grievances from past projects. If you do have grievances, I do welcome you to please provide an email to me at kpaxton@siloamsprings.com, and I assure you that we will get to that. However, today we have to stay on track to make sure that we cover all of the topics throughout the day. We do have a snowstorm that is coming in. We are going to be keeping an eye on that. And if we believe that that snowstorm will impact our later sessions, we have printouts that we will send everyone home with. And as we go through the day, we may expedite some of the sessions to keep up with a likely early closing. At this time, there's no reason for us to believe that we can't make our 4 p.m. deadline. If we expire time for a session, we have to move forward. So if we get to the time that's allotted for that session to expire, we will have to move forward. If you have additional questions that didn't get asked or didn't get answered, please feel free to send myself or any of the staff members an email and we can follow back up with you on a later time. Some of the discussion questions that we'll get to that could help with this training, for example, maybe where can someone get an application? How many inspections occur annually? What are fees associated with this part of the process? Or how long does it take to go through this part of the process? Some of the examples of the grievances that we've heard during sessions like this that do tend to bog down the training process is, I don't like how fast Siloam Springs is growing. It has been years since Master Street Plan update. We understand that those type of grievances exist and we want to work with the community to get to those grievances. However, today we do need to train the planning commissioners and people that want to know more about the training commission, so we're going to stay focused on that topic. Today's presenters, we'll start with myself. I'm Christopher Paxton. I have an executive certificate in public administration and a master's in GIS. I am a certified Arkansas planning official. Until recently, I did allow my certified floodplain manager to expire. However, a lot of my background is in stormwater management. I was a stormwater management manager for multiple other jurisdictions for over a decade. I'm the Director of Administrative Services, and my divisions include planning, engineering, code enforcement, fleet, facilities maintenance, district court, and information technology. I am 18 hours shy of a PhD in public administration. That is actually not true anymore. I am about 15 hours shy at this time, and a PhD from in public administration from Liberty University. I also have a bachelor's and associates and 3 technical certificates relative to GIS and other computer-aided drafting and design, and associates in architectural computer-aided drafting and design. I have over 15 years in the field and 20 years in public service. I'm an Army veteran. I served in Operation Iraqi Freedom and spent 10 years as that certified floodplain manager and stormwater manager. I've written planning, engineering, and other various codes and processes in Van Buren, Springdale, Rogers, Conway, Fayetteville, and for the last 2 years here as the Director of Administrative Services, previously Community Development. I served on the Planning Commission in Fayetteville and previously the Fayetteville Housing Authority Board of Directors. Another one of our presenters is Ben Rhodes, and I will allow Ben to stand up and kind of introduce himself. If you want to come to the microphone, or you can use the microphone at your table.
Good morning, everyone. Ben Rhodes. I am the senior planner for the city of Siloam Springs. Most of you on the Planning Commission know who I am. I have been the senior planner since 2013, but I actually started working for the city of Siloam Springs back in December of 2003. So I've been with the city for just a little bit north of 22 years now. I am the vice chair of the Northwest Arkansas Regional Planning Commission. And those of you who don't know, they're the regional planning authority over this Northwest Arkansas region. I'm also ex officio on the Main Street city organization here in Siloam Springs. I did receive my AICP, that's the American Institute of Certified Planner, which is the highest level of certification you can get in planning. I received that in 2007 and have been a member of the American Planning Association since 1996. I did receive my master's degree in planning, urban and regional planning in 2002. That was at the University of Colorado at Denver. And then received a GIS user form certificate for GIS use later on. I did do the Lane Shift Academy, Transportation Academy in 2024. Highly recommend that for anyone who has opportunity to attend that. I've also helped author the 2030 comprehensive plan. That was the previous comprehensive plan, not the one we're on now. That was called Forward Siloam Springs. I did work on other plans there, as you see listed there on the slide. I did oversee the development of the 2040 comprehensive plan, which we're working on right now. We did have a consultant work on that one, so that was not done in-house. But we're very heavily involved with that. We did receive an award for that plan, if you didn't know, in 2022 from the Arkansas American Planning Association chapter. I also sat on this numerous steering committees, more particularly for the Siloam Springs downtown connectivity and master plan, which we're still working on right now. So, and that's me. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Kyle Belt. He was new to our team. He is currently one of our planners. And Kyle, do you want to come introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chris. So as Chris mentioned, I am the newest planner to the team here, and I've been working here since late July of last year. Previously, I served at the City of Rogers as the planning administrator. I aided in the development and successful adoption of the City of Rogers, a unified development code in July of 2023. I received my CNU accreditation, which stands for Congress of New Urbanism, from the University of Miami in 2022, and I still hold that certification. I received a master's in public administration from the University of Arkansas in 2012, and I also hold a bachelor's of the same degree, and that was received in 2009. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. We have a couple other that's not going to have as much information on the slides. However, I'll start with Randall Clark. He is our building official. He was previously our senior building inspector, but we have upgraded that title to building official in 2026. Randall.
Good morning, everyone. Randall Clark, and been with Siloam Springs working as a building official since 2013. And I've learned a lot along the way. Previously to that, I was in the construction field, so I've got about 30 years in the construction industry, and switched over to the inspection side with civil government in 2013, and I really enjoyed it. Prior to that, I was in the United States Air Force, joined there after attending Arkansas Tech University. So I grew up here. I've been here since 1984, I think. So I know a lot of people here, and I know about half of you guys. So sorry for the other half. Maybe we'll get to know each other. So thank you.
And finally, we have Ryan back here. Ryan is one of our code enforcement specialists, and Ryan will be presenting at the very last session, so he gets the excitement of going through all of the training today and just to wait for that last 15 minutes for himself to present. So Ryan, would you like to talk about yourself for a moment?
I'm Ryan Burnett. Wasn't quite born and raised in Siloam, but I've lived here most of my life. Went to middle and high school here. I have a background in security, so I have confrontation experience in a respectful manner, of course. And there's not much to me quite yet, but I look forward to having a career here in Siloam, so that's about all about me.
And just an honorable mention over here. He's not going to be presenting with us today, but we do have the city engineer present. If you just want to stand up and wave.
O'Neill, good to meet you all.
Yes. He won't be presenting today. We will be looking at additional training that'll be more development specific, that will be featuring the engineering and the building department a little bit more thoroughly. Today's focus is more on the planning commission's aspect, and we're going to be working on our drainage criteria manual and some changes to the way we handle drainage. And ideally by March or April, we will have an additional follow-up training to this training that will be more geared towards drainage and development in general. So today's agenda, we're still in the 9 to 9:30 mark, so this is part of our introduction. After I'm done with this portion, feel free to grab a drink out of the cooler. We have some donuts, and there's coffee in the back that is pretty fresh, and cream and sugar back there. So feel free to introduce yourself around to other people through this introduction portion. We'll go back to session 1 at 9:30 to 10:30. I'll be presenting a session on FOIA. It's the Freedom of Information Act, if anyone's unfamiliar with the acronym. Session 2, we'll start talking about case law. That's from 10:30 to 11:30. Unfortunately, Heather Owens was going to be here this morning. She is with our city attorney. She's not going to be able to make that, so for the first 2 sessions, I will be presenting those. We're going to talk more specifically on the Planning Commission between 11:30 and noon, and Ben's going to take over that session. We will have lunch here. It's going to be pizza. If there's anyone that has special dietary needs, please let me know so I can arrange that. Otherwise, there will just be pizzas. Session 4 will be right after lunch, and that is for the rezone process. We're going to go through the application all the way through the finale of how a rezone works. And then we're going to talk about how developments work from 1:15 to 2. We'll take a quick break because the afternoon can get a little heavy on PowerPoints to the eyes. So we'll try to give you about a 15-minute cool-off period between 2 and 2:15. Then we'll come back and talk about resolutions and ordinances between 2:15 and 3:15, and Ben and I will share the responsibility on that presentation. At the end of the day, we will finish off with what happens next for post-approvals. After we finish approvals at the board level or at the planning commission level, then what happens next with permitting, different stuff like that. And then what happens if things don't go according to plan? We have our code enforcement specialists that will discuss how we go through the code enforcement process. There are agendas in the back for the overall meeting today, but there's also individual session breakouts. If you did not get a printout for session 1, let me know. For each session, you'll get a different set of printouts. For now, just feel free to roam around, grab some donuts, and introduce yourself to everyone. Thank you. All right. Anyone that came in a little bit late, I don't think we had anyone, but if we had anyone that was coming in late on the video, this is the training for people that want to know more information about Planning Commission or some of the requirements of planning commissioners. It's also meant to assist our new and existing planning commissioners with knowing some of the things that planning commissioners should know, and maybe a little bit more than what they should know in some of the sessions today. But hopefully this is all 101 information, which means it's kind of basic entry level. It's not meant to be exhaustive. I am Christopher Paxton. I'm the Director of Administrative Services, and I will be presenting the Freedom of Information Act 101 training for today. We will first go over the disclaimer for this, and then we'll go into the new law. We'll talk about public records, public meetings, data requests, and then we'll just have a general discussion. So at that point, we would welcome anyone that had questions to come up to the microphone. Just as a disclaimer on this, the session is intended to be a quick overview of some of the requirements in the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. This is not a complete overview. Copies of the Freedom of Information Act brochure are available upon request. We do not have those here today, but we can get you a link if you send me an email to kpaxton@siloamsprings.com. Then I can make sure that you get a copy of that from the Attorney General's website. It's downloadable, and they have a complete brochure that has this little logo right on the front of it. Excuse me. So to start with, there was some new laws that changed in 2020, over the last few years, I'll just say that, because there's a few of them. To start with, let's talk about the legislative intent of the Freedom of Information Act. Arkansas Code Annotated subsection 2519-102 states that it is vital in a democratic society that public business be performed in an open and public manner, so that the electors shall be advised of the performance of public officials and of the decisions that are reached in public activity and in making public policy. Toward this end, this chapter is adopted, making it possible for them or their representatives to learn and to report fully the activities of their public officials. And you can see the citation for that. If anyone wants to read the broader context, then you feel free to go to the state statute that is Arkansas Code subsection 2519-102. This is from the 2020 version. It could have possibly been slightly updated since then. Let's start by talking about the new law, which is Act 505 and Act 992. These legislative changes further refine and expand the FOIA's provisions regarding public meeting and access to information. So we're just going to talk about some of the key changes. I think some of the people in this room have a little bit more advanced knowledge of FOIA because you've been working with it for years. However, we will get to the more basic FOIA after we discuss the changes that were most recent during the legislative session in Little Rock. To start with, there were some amendments to definitions. Act 505 of 2025 specifically amends the definitions within the Freedom of Information Act, providing update clarity for various terms used in the act. There were enhanced requirements for public meetings. Act 505 sets forth specific requirements for lawfully holding a public meeting, emphasizing the need for prior notice. A lot of that for the planning commissioners, public meetings and prior notices is handled at the staff level. However, if you're the chair of the planning commission, you would need to kind of understand how that works because you can't call a special meeting in 15 minutes, for example. You have to have prior notice to those public meetings, and you have to go over these state requirements. I believe the minimum still stands at you have to give public notice 2 hours prior to a special called meeting, and you have to notify the media at least 2 hours prior to that meeting. Also, if you have an agenda, you cannot deviate from that agenda within that 2 hour period. However, once you get to the meeting, you can make changes to your agenda through making motions and suspending rules. However, staff would not generally accept requests to change an agenda for the Planning Commission unless it was at least 48 hours in advance, but we can go as far as 2 hours prior to the meeting so we can notify the media. However, some of those items require by state law longer notices. So you could not, for example, just add an arbitrary rezoning to the agenda. There are state laws that require us to have, and local ordinance that have us required to meet, for example, 15 days, some of them say 20 days for these specific type of items, they require specific lengths of time for the public notice. And there are things that we have to do in advance. For example, we may have to put signage up at those locations. So those different things have to be addressed. However, in 2025, they did codify some of the changes as far as public meetings. A lot of that had to do with things like executive session. So the act, one of the things that changed with executive sessions is that the act clarifies that any executive session held within a public meeting must be conducted according to specific rules. Importantly, any action taken in executive session is deemed void unless it is publicly ratified by a public vote at the conclusion of the executive session. So that doesn't mean a lot to the Planning Commission because executive sessions are usually relative to employment matters. There are a few other issues, however, that can bring for an executive session. However, the Planning Commission doesn't have those authorities. The planning commissioners cannot expel one of their members in a in a city administrator form of government. Only the city administrator can reach into the Planning Commission and request that person be removed from the Planning Commission, and it has to be approved by the Board of Directors. That means there is no executive session in the Planning Commission. So we'll get into that a little bit more later. We're going to move along. Remote attendance and recording laws changed. Governing bodies, excluding those of municipalities, counties, or public school districts, are now permitted to adopt policies allowing members to attend public meetings remotely. If an open public meeting is held electronically, the public must be able to attend using electronic means. And notice of this method must be published with the meeting notice. These remote meetings must be recorded in the format they are conducted, such as sound only or video recordings. For a remote member to be counted for a quorum or to vote, the electronic method used must allow public attendance and be recorded. However, I do not believe that, and this is one of the things that I wanted our city attorney to be here for, because I do not believe that applies to our planning commission. I do not believe that our planning commission can arbitrarily go into a recorded meeting. And we'll talk more about that as we move forward. So we're going to talk a little bit now about prohibited communications. The Act does define a prohibited communication or informal meeting as one where members of a governing body discuss or take action on an agenda item or a public decision without a quorum present, and where no public vote is subsequently held. Actions resulting from such prohibited communications or informal meetings are voidable if a court finds that the violation was made with willful, knowing, or reckless intent. Switch over to Act 992 of 2025. That it introduced a new subsection of FOIA, specifically addressing situations with circuit court orders and a public meeting to be closed or public records to be sealed. Doesn't really pertain a lot to the Planning Commission. I did just want to let everyone know there have been changes, but not all changes with the FOIA law pertain to all people that deal with FOIA. So let's talk about public records. So what is a public record? In 2022, the previous Attorney General, Leslie Rutledge, stated in a presentation that public records are considered writings, sounds, electronic info, or videos that are kept, which constitute a record of performance or lack of performance of official functions. So one thing to note is there are people in this room, for example, staff, we have to follow policy on on data retention. So we have a city policy that says how long we have to keep certain types of information. However, there's other types of things. If you have some information that's not important to you, or you do not feel like it's important, if you were to delete that prior to a FOIA request, then there's no obligation for you to go seek it. You have to reasonably be able to access that data. So if you deleted it, you don't have to have an FBI team go in and retrieve it. If that is kept, though, if it is relative to the function of your capacity as a planning commissioner, it is subject to the FOIA. So note, meetings of all boards, committees, commissions, and committees are, and any subcommittees of those groups are considered official functions of the city of Siloam Springs. If you have a subcommittee, for example, if the chair decided he wanted a subcommittee to review some specific part of the Unified Development Code, that has to be done in a public setting. You can't get on Zoom and have a conversation with each other and say, oh, it was a subcommittee, so it's fine, because the next question is, okay, where was the public notice? Where's the recording? And who authorized this to move forward on an agenda? So there are things that can get you into hot water based off of not following the public meetings notices and different stuff like that. Just to reiterate, it was writing, sounds, electronic information, or video that are kept and that constitute a record of the performance or lack of performance of official functions. That is a copy of former Attorney General Rutledge's slide that she had provided. So let's talk about emails, texts, etc. Emails and other forms of electronic communications between members of the same board, committee, or commission could constitute public meetings, just like telephonic communications, and thus be subject to the open meetings provision of the Freedom of Information Act. However, not all such communication is considered a public meeting, which aligns with the ruling of the City of Fort Smith versus Wade in 2019. In that, and we'll get more into that, the city administrator in Fort Smith had sent out some information to the board of directors in Fort Smith, and it was intended for informational purposes, and it led to a conversation in email format amongst the board members. That information was FOIA'd. It was thought to be a violation of FOIA. However, since no decision was made and there was no solicited response in that specific case, it was not considered a FOIA violation, but it came very close. So there are these gray areas, and there are attorneys that look for reasons to sue cities. This being one of them. The City of Fort Smith versus Wade in 2019 kind of changed the way we look at Freedom of Information Act and how there's communications going between board members, city council members in some cities, commissioners. It kind of relaxes that a little bit, saying, hey, if it's informational purposes, if you're just distributing information, then it's not a Freedom of Information Act violation because it's not intended to have a response. It's not a meeting. You're not trying to get someone to a conclusion. What about your personal devices? Well, this is my cell phone. This is my personal cell phone, so you're not going to be able to get any of, you're not going to be able to get my text messages between me and Commissioner Renard because this is my personal cell phone. No. If you have city business as an elected or appointed or hired city staff member, if you work for or are appointed for a position, if you do things for the city, then it is FOIAble. If you refuse to provide that information, then you can be found guilty. And I would want to reiterate this, you can be found guilty of a Class C misdemeanor if all of the issues are substantiated in evidence and the prosecuting attorney takes up the case. However, if a member sends text messages, emails, makes phone calls using a personal device, but for official city business, these are records and still subject to FOIA when kept. Some records may require retention in accordance with local, state, and federal laws. If they are requested in a FOIA, copies of emails, text messages, voicemails, phone call logs, etc. are subject to the request, even if they are on your personal phone or device. A person who, quote, negligently violates, end quote, a FOIA request may be guilty of a Class C misdemeanor. You can find more about this in Arkansas Code Annotated, subsection 2519-104. However, there's some things are exempt. We refer to this as PII, personally identifiable information. So anything that's personally identifiable information is not subject to the Freedom of Information Act. Examples include certain types of records such as home and personal cell phone numbers, date of birth, religious affiliation, information about family life, welfare payments, legitimacy of children, marital status, payroll deductions, Social Security numbers, credit union statements and other financial records, insurance coverage, medical records. I would extend that and say that that also includes the personnel records to a specific point. So, for example, if there is a disciplinary issue with staff, if a member of the planning staff is disciplined, it only becomes FOIA-able. For example, a write-up is not FOIA-able unless it leads to suspension, termination, or demotion. If it affects that person's pay, then the record that is associated with that reduction in status or pay is FOIA-able and can be FOIA'd for the public. However, it will be redacted to remove any of the personal identifiable information. So what is the proper way to have a public meeting? So public meetings mean that the meetings of any bureau, commission, or agency of the state or any political subdivision of the state. Anywhere in state statute where it says a political subdivision of the state, that includes municipalities. We are a political subdivision of the state. That also includes counties, boards of education, other boards, bureaus, commissions, or organizations in the state of Arkansas, with the exception of grand juries, supported wholly or in part by public funds or expending public funds. So you may ask yourself, the city of, I'm just gonna throw another city out there. The city of Conway has a tree advisory board. Tree advisory board it's a committee that just meets on Thursdays, but it meets in City Hall and it expends city funds. It's never treated like a real committee, but they expend those city funds. They are still required to have the recordings. It is still a public meeting. It still has to have public notice and public record. So what are people entitled to? So this is your citizens. If you have constituents, this is what they're entitled to whenever public meetings are approaching. They're entitled to the time and place of each regular meeting. It must be provided to anyone who requests the information. Emergency and special meetings require media notification at least 2 hours prior to the meeting. We usually go further than that, and we will add it to our website, social media. However, the minimum requirements, there are jurisdictions in Arkansas that will attempt to house a city council meeting 2 hours prior to that meeting to reduce the amount of public input. It does happen. As long as you follow those guidelines, it's legal, but there can be ramifications for scheduling things last minute, and that's different things like constituent pressure. Staff will not stop you from scheduling this type of a meeting. If you use your authority to schedule a meeting 2 hours prior to the meeting occurrence, then that is not something that staff will prevent. As long as it meets the state law and the local ordinance, we will comply. What is the proper way to have a public meeting? So how are public meetings handled? All officially scheduled, special, and called open public meetings shall be recorded in a manner that allows for the capture of sound, including without limitation, a sound-only recording, a video recording with sound and picture, or a digital or analog broadcast capable of being recorded. If you're not familiar with this little device right here, during the meetings, if all else fails, then we can switch to a voice only. We can record just the audio. That's the minimum requirement. However, if you're in a meeting and your audio fails and all of the other types of recordings fail, you are obligated to stop the meeting. If it continues going because the chair fails to act to recess the meeting until we are back in that status where it's a legal public meeting, then that would be a point of order. A recording of any open public, and I will point out, staff does not have the ability, nor will we call out a point of order during a meeting. There are times where the city administrator or myself may advise the mayor or advise the chair of the planning commission that the recording has stopped and we recommend that the meeting be paused. However, we can't stop the meeting. It is up to the chair of the meeting, which is the mayor at the board meeting, and the planning commission chair. As the parliamentarian myself, I can give you advice on what to do. However, I cannot stop the meeting. Only the commission or board of directors during their respective meetings can do that. The recording shall be maintained in a forum that is may be reproduced upon a request. And a recording of an open public meeting shall be maintained by public entity for a minimum of 1 year of the date of the open public meeting. And I will say that may be different in local. This is just the minimum state requirements. Your local requirements can be at a higher standard, and I believe ours are. I don't believe we discard those after 1 year, and we would have to go off of our local policy. It is equally as bad to violate your local policy as an elected or appointed official as it is to violate a state policy. You can equally be considered in non-feasant status if you violate your local ordinance or the state statute or a federal law. And we'll get into non-feasance, malfeasance, and misfeasance later on in the training. What is the proper way to have a public meeting? What about Zoom or Teams? If the governor declares a disaster emergency under the Arkansas Emergency Services Act of 1973, a public entity may assemble, gather, meet, or conduct an open public meeting through electronic means, including without limitation by telephone, video conference, or video broadcast. So what's required for Zoom or Teams meetings? The public must be able to attend. Notice of the method must be published with the notice of the public meeting. Physical presence is not required for commissioners nor the general public. Must meet the same recording requirements as in-person public meetings, and must meet the same records requirements as in-person public meetings. I think for this, it's probably important for us to know that these laws are changing rapidly. Based off of some of the changes in Little Rock. It may have slightly deviated from this since this information was gathered. So one thing to note is staff will check the laws on these before we make the recommendation to the mayor, or in this case, it would be the mayor would make that because it's an emergency declaration, I believe. So before we ever recommended to move to anything like this, we will verify that the laws allow us to make any such recommendation. So let's talk a little bit about that Fort Smith v. Wade in 2019. The Supreme Court of Arkansas heard a case which claimed that the city violated open meetings provisions of the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act when 3 city directors and the city administrator exchanged emails relating to city business. For reversal, the city argued that emails cannot constitute a meeting because neither the Arkansas General Assembly nor the court had ever expressly stated that a meeting can be constituted by email. And even if email can, in some cases, constitute a meeting, that the content of the emails here was merely background information provided in advance of subsequent public meetings. So I think everybody in the room can kind of say that first one was, they were, throwing spaghetti at the wall and hoping things would stick. Essentially what happened was the first part didn't stick. Yes, there are times where an email can constitute a public meeting. However, since no public response was solicited in this case, and it was just for background information, there were no decisions made using emails, and the city administrator had sent out recommendations and received 3 unsolicited responses, and since no decisions were sought or made, it did not constitute a public meeting. So can commissions have private meetings? This goes back to the executive session. The only given purposes for an executive session is for considering the following: employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, resigning of public officer or employee, or certain issues regarding cybersecurity. These are mostly personnel matters, and since the commission has no authority over personnel matters nor cybersecurity, they do not have a legal basis for an executive session meeting. There could be, and we would have to discuss it with the city attorney prior to authorizing an executive session. The resignation of a planning commissioner could potentially be one that could trigger an executive session for the planning commission. However, it's unlikely because there's no action that the other planning commissioners could take off of that, and they're not required to accept the resignation of the other commissioner. A resignation of a planning commissioner would go to the city administrator, and she would likely notify the board, and she would vacate the position and open up new nominations from either our pool of previous applicants or vacate that position until the next cycle of nominations goes through. So what about social gatherings? As long as a discussion of government business is only intermittent and incidental to a social function, then social gatherings would not be subject to a FOIA. For example, this meeting. If you are on the same board, commission, committee, same body, you are here as an individual, so it is incidental that the others are present. It doesn't really matter. We are following we are not required to, but we are recording this meeting, and it will go to the public website. However, if we were not, it would be okay because that would be an incidental meeting. This is a public training venue. Even though you're present, receiving the same information, you're not making any decisions, and you're not required to be here. It is completely incidental that you're both or multiple of you are here at the same time. Meetings at a social gathering for the purpose of discussing city business is not incidental. So if you say, hey, let's talk about it tonight at the ball game. If you just were to text that and then show up at the ball game, then you just have FOIA proof that you were at a ball game discussing city business, which is a FOIA violation. That could be used against you in a case that could potentially lead to a Class C misdemeanor charge. Meeting over and over at the same meeting because you know that they're going to discuss an item is not intermittent and it's not incidental. So if you know John Job is going to be at Starbucks every Thursday and you show up on Thursday just because you want to discuss Tuesday's agenda item, that's not intermittent and that's not incidental. But the burden of proof can be challenging, but don't think that just because it's challenging to have a burden of proof that it can't be proven. What about difficult requests or unclear questions? This goes back to Attorney General Leslie Rutledge. The former Attorney General discussed unclear requests. Specific requirements must be sufficiently specific to enable the custodian to locate the records within reasonable effort. And that is backed up in Arkansas Code Annotated 2519-105A2C. And a I'm going to mess this one up, voluminous request, if it has a lot of data. If it's too broad or too burdensome, then it's not proper to decline the FOIA. Just because they're asking for a lot of information does not mean you can turn the FOIA down. As long as they're specific on what they're looking for, and it can be located with reasonable effort, it does not matter how much information they ask for. However, you can release information at certain intervals if you come to an agreement with that individual, saying, If it's going to take 2 weeks to gather all the information, you can release that in pieces. You can work with that individual. It does not have to be 3 days. There are a lot of people that say you have to have it within 3 days or you're going to get in legal trouble. If they're asking for, let me give you an example. I want a copy of all the agendas and minutes from every meeting that has Director David Allen present at a board meeting since 1995. That is very specific. I can find that information, but it's going to take me weeks to do that. I have to fill that records request because it gives me enough information to fill it, but it's not something I can do in 72 hours. So what about difficult requests or unclear requests? An unclear request would be one that would prevent the custodian from locating the record. For example, I need all records from the Planning Commission about zoning. Well, almost everything that the Planning Commission deals with is zoning. Since the Planning Commission deals with zoning on the majority of their work, it is not specific enough to locate a record. So what would be a more realistic request? I need the records from the Planning Commission recommendations for any rezoning of 123 Main Street. Even if you go back to the beginning of time and Siloam Springs records, you should be able to locate all of the records where it was rezoned at the 123 Main Street location. This will clearly allow the records to be located with reasonable effort. So this goes back to that voluminous request. I would like to request a copy of the minutes from all Planning Commission meetings from 1975 to today. Some of these records may be in paper copy and require time to locate. Maybe a broad, burdensome request, but there's no basis to deny that request. It would just take longer than the general 3 days. So how do you handle a request as a planning commissioner? Number one, give an immediate response to the person making the request. You would say, hey, I've received your request. I'm going to get with staff and we'll start working on this. That notifies that person that you have received the request. It starts your time clock. If you go 3 or 4 days and just say, oh, I'm not going to mess with that, then that can lead to potential legal issues. We want an immediate response to that person. We also want an immediate notification to city staff so we can begin working on it. I have had my share of FOIA requests where I received the FOIA request on the last 2 hours of day 3. And at that point, as the custodian of record, I'm entitled to 3 days to find that record. So you have deprived me as the custodian of the record 2.5 days. So general rule of thumb is to provide all records within 3 business days. Arkansas Code annotated 2519-105E and a general opinion from 2006-093 discussing the required time permitted for responding to a FOIA request. And the Attorney General opinion of 98-223 have these discussions. If a public record is in active use or storage and cannot be available at the time the citizen is asked to examine it, the custodian shall certify this fact in writing to the applicant and set a time and date and hour within 3 working days at which the time the record will be available for the exercise of the right given. What does that mean? So one of the things we're working on right now with the board of directors is we're working on updating the 2026 procedural rules of order, or whatever they named it, board rules. So right now, that would be considered an active document. There's going to be requests, most likely over the next few days, where someone wants a copy of what we're working on. That's an active document. It's not in a final format. So theoretically, the custodian of that record, which I would imagine is the city administrator, could say, hey, as soon as we get the draft finished, I will provide you a copy. However, we don't have a final draft. But more specifically, she would say, we'll have that to you on Thursday of next week. So you need to give them a specific date and ideally a time. Usually with a FOIA request, I've never had one where we work, if you're working with them respectfully, that they object to a request for more time. All right, so we're down to the discussion. How am I on time, Ben? So we have 25 minutes. We can have a nice discussion. Does anyone have any questions? Director Blair.
When you said that it didn't have to be released until it was complete, there are some documents like the UDC that went on for weeks and months. Is it okay to send it if it's not complete and just say,
It is.
we're working on it, this is,
Yes, what usually happens though is you have to kind of make a best guess as to if I send this document, whatever that document is, if I send it in an incomplete format, could it have a negative impact? So if I'm sending, let's say I'm council member John Doe, and I want to create an ordinance that has to go through the ordinance review committee, and that ordinance is wildly unpopular. If I release this copy of an incomplete, unaccepted ordinance, then would it be perceived that the city is about to adopt this thing that hasn't been reviewed by but one board member or one city council member? So as an individual, you have to be careful on what you release if it's in an incomplete status.
is it, though, to say, let's say it's not gonna be ready for 2 months. Is it legal to say, I can't send it now, but I'll send it in 2 months?
I think as long as, if it's something that's going to be done at a specific time and it has a timeline on it, for example, we always put our items on a timeline. If we say the draft 1 will be ready on February the 15th, then we could say, we will send that to you on February the 15th. That is when it will be complete. And usually what we do is until we get to that draft, we only release the previous draft. So if we have 4 draft versions, we're not going to release draft 2 until draft 2 is finished. But then when a draft 2 is finished, we'll be working on draft 3. If we were to get FOIA'd on what we're doing on draft 3, we're not going to provide that until it's in final draft 3 version, because that puts out so much information that's incomplete and it's going to change. It causes confusion, and it generally gets people upset, because what happens in a draft, for example, in our case, is we throw everything at it. We have things coming forward now. Staff does not make the decision on what to add to or keep within a law. When we're asked to draft something, we put every option available and allow the board members to start pulling things out of it that they don't want. And in a lot of cases, they will add things that the staff missed. But if we're adding things just on a brainstorm session and it's not ready for draft 2, then that can cause a lot of confusion if we start sending multiple copies of draft 2 that don't match each other. So I wouldn't say it's illegal to send those out. It's just not best practice.
If the recording and all stopped, the meeting was supposed to stop. We've had issues. Recording, whether it's visual, audio, both, or whatever. We don't stop the board meetings, but, I mean, IT is really good about fixing it. And posting it later, but we've never stopped the meeting because
It doesn't have to broadcast live. So the only minimum requirement to keep the meeting moving forward is that there has to be an audio recording. We never have to broadcast it live. All of that is extra stuff that we choose to do because it's transparent with our citizens. The posting it on the website, not required. Posting it live, not required. All we have to do is somewhere in the building, we have to store it so it can be replicated by the public. If you ever have a question on that, you can always do a point of inquiry and ask to verify that we're still recording the meeting. And if it's not being recorded, then there's actually a little bit more local law. There is a JP in Washington County that has recently, I believe she won a lawsuit against Washington County for continuing a Zoom meeting whenever people could not access the meeting. That's a violation because you have to have public access to the meeting. So the chairperson of that meeting should have paused the meeting until the issue was resolved, or canceled or postponed the meeting until it could be resolved. Okay. I just got notified to make sure we're using the microphone. So, and I apologize, I should have.
What if you get a FOIA request from someone that's not a resident of the state of Arkansas?
That is an excellent question. In the state of Arkansas, for you to receive a FOIA request, you have to be an Arkansas resident. We receive lots of FOIA requests from people that do not provide identification. The first thing that happens is we have a FOIA representative in the city. It's our city clerk. It is Janae. Janae will receive the FOIA request, and she will ask them to prove Arkansas residency. If they cannot prove Arkansas residency, they're not entitled to the records. However, there is a loophole around that, which is common, which is if you want those records, then you need to get a local representative that will request it on your behalf and then provide that to you. Why is that important? It's because we have a lot of developers that are not in the state, and they need records for properties that they can't access. So they will reach out to a local real estate agent or a local firm, depending on what type of business they're in. They will reach out and get their environmental information of that lot, whatever they need, using that third party's state ID. Good question. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
So you were talking about the case law from Fort Smith. If we share information, that's fine. Like if there's an agenda coming up in an item, and say I shared information with the board of directors, that would be fine as far as FOIA, as long as I'm not trying to influence them, I'm not asking for a response.
In our board rules, you have to follow your board rules, because that's as far as non-feasance discussions, which is a reason that a city elected official can be removed from office for non-feasance, malfeasance, and misfeasance, and we'll talk more about that later today. If you're not following your own rules, you can be removed from office from the prosecuting attorney in circuit court. So if your own rules say that you have to go through the city administrator to provide information to the other board members, then that's one thing. That's the best practice, though, because, like I said, it's that gray area. It's really easy to have a public meeting accidentally, because you can say something during that email that is supposed to be information-based. Even internally, when we send an email out to the full board, we do it as a blind carbon copy, so when they hit that reply all button, it just comes back to the one person.
Right.
So if you send an email as a board member to the other board members, it can really easily lead to a violation of FOIA. So it's not recommended to do that, even though in that case in Fort Smith, they were found not to be in violation because the city administrator did not solicit the response. When he received the responses as a reply all, they were unsolicited.
Okay. So if it looks like it's looking for a response, or it's a potential topic that we'll be voting on, those two things would violate FOIA.
I would, strongly recommend, if it's a topic that you're going to be voting on, to just stay away from those whenever you're talking to other board members, especially if it's an item that you're going to keep.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Are all FOIA requests for past records only? And I'm asking this just kind of a case in point. If somebody wanted to, like the board packet the other night when they were discussing the board rules, the board packet had the resolution in it for the board rules, but then they all had a handout that was given to them, I guess, right before the meeting, Betsy, that nobody else knew anything about. Could somebody have like a standing FOIA request that says if something's given to the board, reference a meeting?
That's a good question.
Can
You cannot
I also have that?
There's no such thing as a standing FOIA request. You can't request something that doesn't exist. So You can never request something that requires the staff to generate information. For example, you cannot do a FOIA request that says, I want a list of all of the people that were terminated. Well, I mean, that's probably not the best example because you could still get their termination record. You could not say, I want the Placer AI data from downtown for the Dogwood Festival last year. The only way you can have that data from us is if it already exists. If we did that record already, then yes, but we cannot expend public city funds on filling records requests that would generate new information. For example, I'll explain that one a little bit more because we have Placer AI, and Placer AI identifies how many people were at events. We regularly, about 2 or 3 times a year, get organizations that want to use our Placer AI data to benefit their company. They're doing market research. They're using that to as a tool to go against someone else in town's business. We're not going to participate in that by generating new data. We can't spend city funds on private business. To do so would be a Constitution violation in Arkansas. You can look up the Arkansas Constitution, Chapter 12, Section 5, I believe, and that talks about the use of public funds for private use. A lot of the times when we deny a FOIA violation, a FOIA request, it is because that FOIA request is not valid, and it's not valid because either we don't have the record because it wasn't kept, or they're asking us to generate a record that we don't keep on file that we could make. Like the police department may not have a list of all of the traffic violations that were on 412, but if they have to make a new document, then that's not a FOIA request. That's a request for new information. As far as the other ones, when you have a document that's added at a public meeting, that's different. So if I am a member of the public and I have printouts, I hand it out to each of the board members. But I also hand a copy to 2 other people. And you may have noticed when I do this from a staff point, I always walk over and give Mark a copy. And I walk over and I give Janae a copy. Well, Janae usually already has a copy. That makes sure that the media has the same information that's present. And the city clerk has the information. The city clerk should be taking that and putting it in with the file for that record, and it is examinable by the public. So that would be a part of the FOIA. But you have to request that after. So, yes, ma'am.
So, and we didn't get that document very much in advance of the meeting. So I obviously have the document.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Kevin sends me a text and says, hey, may I get a copy of that? Is there anything wrong with me giving him a copy of that?
If you gave him a copy of that, the only thing we would ask from staff is to CC the city clerk, because she is the custodian of that record.
Okay.
And she is also the custodian of a special type of records, which is FOIA requests. Because FOIA requests are FOIA-able. If I ask for a copy of all FOIA requests for the city of Conway for 2025, they have to provide me a list of every FOIA request that they had from 2025. If I do a FOIA request for all FOIA requests and subsequent data from the city of Siloam Springs from 2025, then I should be receiving back one of 2 things. Either, hey, we want, depending on how many FOIA requests there were, and how burdensome that is, our city attorney would either rule and say, hey, they need to be more specific, or B, hey, that's a voluminous request, but it is all FOIA-able, give it all to them. So that would be each of the FOIA requests and all the information that came with it. Anyone that wants to do that, though, I just recommend understanding what you're asking for. Some cities take FOIA requests. I know the city of Fayetteville had one recently that had over 3,000 pages of emails that were handed over with the FOIA request. So if you're specific and you actually want to find information, then be specific as possible. Because if you're not specific, then you could get just a really large amount of information. And I'm just going to be blunt about it. That wastes a lot of staff time. Hey, we get paid by the taxpayers of this town. We have to, by state law, fill the request. So if you're making a request that's going to ask for 10,000 pages worth of documents, then that's all on the taxpayer's dime, and there's nothing that we can, as staff, can do about it. Any other questions?
Just to follow up on that, the requester of the FOIA does have to pay for the record.
That is correct. If you want printouts, or if there's going to be a cost to the city, then the city can charge you. For example, if you want a printout, we could charge you the equal amount as it costs the city. So it may be a dime per page. There are other costs that are harder to recover, though. So it still costs the city. Anything else? I see we have about 10 minutes. So if we just want to stand up and walk around, let's go ahead and recess the live meeting, and we will pick back up at the next meeting. For anyone that's just tuning in, this is the Planning Commission training. It is available to the public. It is not just for planning commissioners. We do have board members present, state legislators present, and we have members of the public present. So. Today on session 2, we're going to talk about common case laws relating to Arkansas planning. I'll be the presenter this morning for this session, and my name is Chris Paxton. I'm the Director of Administrative Services. For an overview on this, we're going to start with that disclaimer, and then we're going to go into a discussion a little bit about federalism. This is not a government teaching about government class, but we do need to establish some basics before we move into case law, and then talk about popular cases at a federal level, popular cases at a state level, and then some local discussion, and then we will open this back up to have discussion with anyone that has questions. This session is intended to be a quick overview of some common case laws that are used in making decisions in Arkansas municipalities. This is not a complete overview. So let's start by talking about federalism. This is there's a general misconception that we're going to address, and we're going to have to tear down some of these misconceptions before we identify how we address the laws whenever we're looking at planning and development and when we're creating new ordinances. So let's start by discussing federalism. It's a system of government that combines different levels of government, national and regional, with a single political system where power is divided and shared between the different levels. The highest law in the land is the United States Constitution. However, each state has a constitution as well. So when we talk about federalism, we start at this big overarching federal level. It's the federal government. Everything that is a federal law is the overarching law that stands only below the constitutional level. Federal law applies everywhere in the United States and cannot be overruled by state or local law. Within those laws exist laws at a state level. State law is different in every state, but it is applied in every local jurisdiction within those states equally. Local ordinance, just like state law cannot overrule a federal law, local ordinance cannot overrule a state law. Local law is referred to as an ordinance, or in some areas as code, city code. Those are all synonymous. So local law or ordinances are typically referred to as city code. There will be occasionally people that come to you and say, and like to use the statements, ordinance is not law, it's not enforceable. That is incorrect. Local ordinance is the law of a local jurisdiction and can be enforceable. It can be enforceable by fines, or it can be enforceable for spending time in jail. That is up to the court of competent jurisdiction based off of the laws that were violated and how those laws were violated. However, we also have other things at a local level, and different levels of the government have them too. Those are called resolutions, and those aren't laws. Those are position statements or authorizations, the other part of the doing business as a government entity. When you do business as a government entity, as a larger board, committee, commission, the state legislation, the board of directors, city councils, when they want to sign a contract or authorize funds to be used, they do those not necessarily just through the ordinance. They approve a budget through one method. However, most of those are done through resolutions, and resolution is not code. It is a resolution resolves, declares, or authorizes different needs in compliance with ordinance and laws. So, for example, if the city's board of directors wanted to say that Friday the 13th was always unlucky day, then they could do a resolution to declare that as the unlucky day. The mayor has a special type of a resolution called a proclamation that she has the ability to proclaim certain things. Those proclamations generally are just ceremonial in nature, with the exception of the declaration for a mayor would declare through proclamation the change of a local government style or the declaration of a new government. So if you have a new city that is formed, the very first document that is created is a proclamation from a mayor proclaiming the existence of the city of Siloam Springs. If you change forms of government, the mayor would proclaim that you are no longer a city administrator form of government, you're now a strong mayor form of government. That is through proclamation. However, there's other laws that get you there. She can't just unilaterally make those determinations. It would have to go through different votes. However, those are all done through resolutions, not through local laws, ordinances. So if you look at this chart, the first person that can tell me what's wrong with this hierarchy, can anyone tell me what's wrong with this chain of command hierarchy as it's displayed? It shows at the top of this chain the President of the United States, the United States Congress, the United States Supreme Court, then the governor of each state, Arkansas Congress, Arkansas Supreme Court, county judge, county quorum court, circuit court, mayor or a city administrator, then council or board. We are not in this form of government. This is incorrect. While some people think that there is a hierarchy or something similar to what is seen on the left, this is not how our government works. Each level of government has power that is divided and shared between the levels. The governor of each state does not directly answer to the President of the United States. The county judges do not answer directly to the governor. The mayors do not answer to the county judges or to the governor. They are the highest level of their respective form of government, or in our case, the board of directors is the highest level of our form of government. However, they have to work together because they have this unique thing in common where they all have different pools of money. So if you want to work together and get things that are good for your community, then you have to have good relationships among these different entities. However, there are areas in the United States where the governor doesn't get along with the president. The mayors don't get along with the governor. It's not a requisite. The federalism, we are a federalist society, and in our federalism, the mayor or the city's board is the head of our executive branch. The head of our executive branch in Siloam Springs is the board of directors. We will get to that in a minute. Each level of government is subject to the three branches: legislative, executive, and judicial. Siloam Springs, the legislative branch for the city, is the board of directors. The mayor only has the ability to veto approved ordinances, which can be overturned by a 2/3 vote of the board. The planning commission advises the board, but does not make new legislation. They only propose such to the board, and that's relative to the Unified Development Code now. If there is anything that changes in the Unified Development Code, it has to first go through the planning commission. That is a requirement of state. Once it goes through the planning commission, then it goes to the board for approval. Those ordinances cannot be approved if the board of directors does not authorize such. The planning commission also has to make the recommendation to move it forward. However, they can recommend denial, but the board does have the ability to override the decision of the planning commission. The planning commission is an advisory board. State law for the city administrator form of government states that the board of directors is the head of the executive branch. However, the board's role is limited in the executive branch of the local government because a city administrator is required to be in place to administer the local ordinances and policies. That's in ACA subsection 1448.116. You can see on the left, yes, you can see on the left that the executive branch is the board, the chief executive is the city administrator, and the department heads fall under the chief executive. You'll also notice that it says chief executive and not chief executive officer. The signature authority for the city is shared between the city administrator and the mayor. If it gets over a certain authority, then the mayor is required to get authorization by the board of directors to sign off on certain instances. There are some shared responsibilities within the executive branch. However, the majority of the day-to-day operations for the executive branch fall to the city administrator, except for a handful of things that go to the mayor but have to be authorized by the board. The city administrator shall have the following powers and duties. And I'm going to touch on these. I'm not going to exhaustively read this. The authority is vested in him or her through the ordinance enacted by the board of directors. He or she may supervise and control all administrative departments, agencies, offices, and employees. So that also includes, I think it actually gets into it separately. The planning commission does fall into this category. He or she shall represent the board in the enforcement of all obligation in favor of the city and its inhabitants which are imposed by law or under the terms of any public utility franchise, public utility. He or she may inquire into the conduct of any municipal office, department, or agency which is subject to the control of the board. If the board has control as the head of the executive branch, then the city administrator has the ability to look into the conduct of that individual. Some of the limitations. The board doesn't have any control over the conduct of, for example, the mayor. If the mayor does something that is violates some sort of conduct, the city administrator cannot utilize that article because the department or agency is not subject to the control of the board. However, there are other examples of other routes and avenues if there's conduct for elected officials and people outside of that. However, planning commissioners are within the subject of the board. So if a planning commissioner were to do something that is outside of the conduct of, if you were to violate a law or if you were to move outside of the district, anything that would disqualify you potentially, the city administrator can recommend to the board to remove you from that seat, or in some cases, she can potentially remove you directly from it if you are no longer eligible to sit in that seat. There are, for example, if you move outside of the city limits, you are not eligible to be seated as a planning commissioner. You are immediately disqualified and an opening becomes available. While minor criminal and traffic issues are the district court, let's talk about the judicial branch. And we've talked about the executive branch. One thing to note is the legislative branch and the executive branch were both from the board of directors. They're the head of both of those. The separation of powers, because everyone comes to you and says, well, how does the separation of powers work? It's because that executive official is given the day-to-day operations. The separation of power between the legislative and executive branch is through the city administrator. Talking about the judicial branch, it works a little bit different. So we have Board of Adjustment, handles appeals and variances of our Unified Development Code for planning. There are some appeals and waivers, though, that do go through the Board of Directors. We refer to this as a quasi-judicial role because you do not answer to the Board of Directors in your role as a Board of Adjustment member, except for the point that they can remove you from that seat. So if you make a decision as a Board of Adjustment from your seat as a Board of Adjustment member, the only way to overturn that is through appeal to the circuit court. In that same role, if it's an appeal or waiver that goes to the board after the Planning Commission, for example, we have 2 new approvals at the Planning Commission level, which is significant development permits and preliminary plats. If the Planning Commission approves that or denies that and it goes to appeal to the board and they deny that, the next step of appeal would be the Judicial Branch Circuit Court. And I do understand that the Circuit Court is not a part of the city. However, they are part of our process in the judiciary. That's the next level. And eventually that can work its way all the way up to the Supreme Court of the state of Arkansas. And if needed, it would go all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. We will talk about some of those that made it all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States today. Ben, if you could keep me on time, just tell me to hurry up. So what is a case law? So we've kind of established what federalism is. We have these separations. We have established that in our form of government that those separations are through the Board of Directors is the highest level it gets. It doesn't go higher for us than the Board of Directors. However, some of those items go to the city administrator. However, we still have to operate under laws. And we as staff have to identify those laws, not just as statute, not just as local ordinance, state laws, federal laws, but there's a big portion called case law. Case law has an extremely important role in planning and development because they have interpreted the things that people get sued for the most, just to be straightforward about it. So let's talk about some of these. So to start with, the term case law refers to court cases and opinions which have used a combination of local ordinance, state law, federal law, and or court cases to clearly define how laws are interpreted. Case law used in considering planning and development actions at a local level are from state or federal court cases. We're not interested in local ordinance violations in Rogers. Those don't pertain to us because we're not Rogers. But if it's a case law that makes it to the state level and it happened in Rogers, if it could happen here, then it falls under that case law. So if it's something that pertains to all cities in Arkansas and went to a state level, then we look at those. If it pertains to federal level, we look at those. We also don't look at things that happen just to the county level. County and municipalities are somewhat on equal playing grounds. Whenever you have outside of the city limits, the judge, inside the city limits, the mayor. However, the judge and the quorum court, they don't make ordinances inside the city limits. It's kind of a no-touch zone. They can expend funds in the city limits if they chose to do so, which would be fantastic if they ever chose to do that. But they cannot, generally speaking, create laws that would pertain to us as the municipality. Case law impacts the widest jurisdiction, case law that impacts the widest jurisdiction are those which are from the United States Supreme Court. The Arkansas Supreme Court is the highest court for the state of Arkansas. The U.S. Supreme Court can overturn Arkansas laws and can overturn the Arkansas Supreme Court decisions. It has happened, I'm sure, more than once, even recently, I would imagine. I don't keep up with it on a day-to-day basis, though. Similarly, the state Supreme Court, they can overturn decisions of lower level courts in Arkansas. These are also, it happens every day. These are also a part of case law. The highest level decision which is applicable to your jurisdiction is a matter of law and should be followed until the law is legally changed by either another higher court action or by appropriate legislative actions. And a lot of these, they stay as case law because they can be highly political. We'll just put it that way. So who enforces these laws? The executive branch. The executive branch at a local level in Arkansas is either the mayor and his or her administration officials and the city clerk for a strong mayor form of government. And for a city administrator form of government, the board of directors is head of both the legislative and executive branches. So let's talk about some of these case laws. Let's start by the popular federal case law, Ward versus Rock Against Racism, 1989. In Ward versus Rock Against Racism, it was determined that the government does not need to choose the least restrictive alternative in imposing time, place, and manner restrictions on speech. So, what does that mean? So in this case, there's a public place, and the Rock Against Racism music was at a very high decibel. So they felt that their music was acceptable in a public place at that level. However, the community can restrict that to whatever level they want. However, they can't restrict the content. So this is the first time really we start separating types of restrictions based off of generality versus specific content. So while the music is protected by the United States Constitution, the volume is a time, place, and manner restriction on speech as opposed to a content control measure. The city's principal purpose was not to censor the content, but merely to control the noise levels. And I know what you're thinking. Some of you are like, what does this have to do with Planning Commission? Getting there. This is setting the basis for other discussions and other cases that we're about to talk about. So Justice Kennedy stated at that time, place and manner regulations must be narrowly tailored to serve the government's legitimate content-neutral interests, but that it need not be the least restrictive or least intrusive means of doing so. Basically saying, if you're going to tell everyone to be quiet, you have to tell everyone to be quiet at the same level. You can't say, for example, and I'm going to use religion, so this is just an example. I'm not trying to pick on anyone. You cannot say that the Catholic Church cannot play their music too loud, but the Baptist church across the street can play their music as loud as they want. But you can say that the music cannot go over a certain decibel level, and the city gets to choose what that decibel level is. They're both being restricted, but not based off of their content. City's principal purpose was not to censor the content, but merely to control the noise level. And we're going to get into why that's important to the Planning Commission just in about 2 seconds. So that led to a 2015 decision in Reed v. Town of Gilbert. It was Ben's favorite. So this was if you see the sign here, Good News Presbyterian Elementary School Worship, 9 a.m. It's a directional sign. So this sign was against the Town of Gilbert's ordinance. Not because it's a sign, but because it's a directional sign. It has a directional arrow on it. So the sign ordinance cannot be related to content, but their sign ordinance was related to a directional sign. That directional arrow is content. So it was not based on religious messages. Instead, the church was cited by the town for violating the sign code's time limits for temporary directional signs. The directional portion is a reference to content and cannot be considered separately. Ordinance must be neutral in content, be narrowly tailored, and leave an open, ample alternative channels of communication and serve as a significant government interest that is pressing and legitimate. The last line is the most important part. The burden of proof is on the city. They have to demonstrate and be able to demonstrate why there is a significant government interest that is pressing and legitimate. It's not just because we said so. In this case, let me go back. In this case, the town of Gilbert lost this case, and it established a lot of what you've probably heard Ben talk about in the past. When we talk about sign code, we talk about the difference between design limitations and those limitations of what we can control and content. There are some things that we can control in content if it's lewd, different stuff like that. But generally speaking, the government has to provide a significant government interest. In that case, if it's, let's say it's nudity or foul language, we can express a legitimate government interest not to have nudity on the signs because nudity cannot be viewed by people under the age of 18 or 21, I don't know what it is now, and those are in public areas. There's also state laws that support not having lewd content in the public and different stuff like that. So we can meet that burden of proof for those purposes, but I'll take an example I had. Someone had put a recent passing of a rock star, Ozzy Osbourne, had passed away, and someone had rented one of the signs that flash, and it had a picture of Ozzy Osbourne. Some people find that offensive. It's not. There's nothing lewd about it. There's no nudity. We have nothing to show a burden of proof that there's a significant government interest in removing it. So they have every right to do that. All right, moving on. Grants Pass, Oregon v. Johnson. This is a new one. Cities are allowed to use criminal penalties to enforce anti-camping ordinances. This overturned lower court decisions that found such enforcement unconstitutional. So this is one that's still circulating. A lot of people don't know this because you will still get responses back if there are people camping or setting up temporary encampments in public parks and stuff. Then there is still a lot of planners that will say that's constitutionally protected. In 2024, Grants Pass, Oregon v. Johnson determined that there are some leeway, and the city can make ordinances to restrict camping on public properties. The most popular three cases that we'll talk about in planning is Nolan, Dolan, and Koontz. So every week we probably in planning say, does it pass the Nolan, Dolan test? So let's start by just going through those. So Nolan Nolan versus the California Coastal Commission in 1987. I know what you're thinking. This happened in California. Why does this pertain to us? Again, this is a federal case. It's nationwide enforcement. A government agency cannot impose a condition when granting a private property owner's building permit unless the condition has a rational nexus connecting it to a legitimate government interest. So what is a rational nexus? So we're going to talk about two things. I'm going to go to the next part, and then we'll talk about rational nexus and rough proportionality together. Dolan v. the City of Tigard, 1993. When a government authority attaches a condition to a building permit, the burden on the property owner must be roughly proportionate to the benefit of the government. So rational nexus means it has to be somewhat related to the project. I can't say you are, I'm going to use one that's used a lot, and our city engineer going to have to keep a straight face whenever I say it. One of the most common things that we hear is, we can't have development on this lot because 2 lots over there's a drainage issue. There's no rational nexus there. You have to show that the drainage on lot A is somehow connected to the drainage on lot C. If there's no rational nexus, then there can't be a requirement for them to resolve that, and you cannot deny the project on that basis. Rough proportionality also means that if it's going to cost too much or be too big of a burden on the project, then you can't make it a requirement. If I'm building a $500,000 development, I can't require them to build a $500,000 road in front of it because it's not roughly proportionate to the impact of the development. But I can do reasonable exactions. If there is a reasonable connection to the project, or if there's a safety consideration, then those amounts don't even matter. If it's completely unsafe, if there's no access to it, then I can say, you could build this 7-story apartment complex, but you have to replace the bridge in front of it, and the bridge is going to cost about the same amount. Because it is, even though it's not a monetary amount, there is a rough proportionality of saying, hey, this project relies on access. So there is a proportionality saying, if you need that, then you have to pay for it. There's no mathematical calculation required. That is one of the top things that gets cities into lawsuits, because the city will make exactions and requirements that exceed the standard in the code or meet the standard in the code. However, it's not proportionate to the impact of the development. City must be able to justify an exaction is related to both the nature and extent to the impact of the proposed development. So condition 1 on Dolan was, Dolan must deed all land lying within the floodplain to the city. Condition 2 was, Dolan must deed an additional strip of land for a walkway and a bicycle path. And I want to point out that out of all of the cases that we have provided with Nolan, Dolan, and Kuntz at least, the cities always lose. Cities have a dramatic, disproportionate difference in losing cases. When a citizen is challenging a government entity and it does not have existing case law to fall back on, then the cities usually lose those. Nolan v. California Coastal Commission. Nolan wins. Dolan v. City of Tigard. Dolan won. Kuntz v. St. John's River Management District. Mr. Kuntz won. But why do we look at these? Because it sets the standard that we need to abide by. It sets that law. So we don't end up in the same court cases with an attorney on the other side quoting Nolan, Dolan, and Kuntz. Because they're going to take that into a courtroom in a state, at the lower level, they're going to quote the federal case law, and they're going to win their lawsuit against the city typically. Kuntz versus St. John's River Management was just like Dolan and Nolan. Nolan was, Kuntz was, instead of being required to dedicate or build land, he was required to provide a fee in lieu of something. So he basically says, hey, a fee in lieu is not the same thing. Conditions tied to issuing development permits, however, must be roughly proportionate. In this case, the St. John's River Management District, it was determined that it was not roughly proportionate, and there was no rational nexus. So it's the same test. Oh, but by the way, we're going to also say if it does meet this test, yeah, you can do a fee in lieu. So when we say we want to require a fee in lieu of building, that falls under the Kuntz versus St. Johns River Management District law. However, that fee in lieu has to be roughly proportionate and reasonably related to the project. If it's a fee in lieu of a sidewalk development, they are responsible for building the sidewalk in front of their home because it's part of their development fees. It's reasonably related to their project. If I ask them to attach that quarter of a mile down the road to an intersection, that's not roughly proportional or reasonably related. That would exceed. So let's get out of federal. How am I doing on time, Ben? Okay, I think I'm getting there. Richardson v. City of Little Rock Planning Commission, 1988. So we will refer to this. I think that if you're sitting in this room, you've probably heard me talk about Richardson v. City of Little Rock Planning Commission, 1988, if you've been to board meetings or planning commission meetings in the past. So the Arkansas Constitution provides that the right to property is before and higher than any other constitutional sanction. Once compliance is had for a development proposal, there is no discretionary power to disapprove. Does this mean you're required to vote yes? In some cases, yes. That means that you're required to approve the project. And the number one reason I've been in depositions in the past is because it's always someone that says, it's more important to me to make a statement. That's fine. That's politics. I'm not going to talk about politics in this meeting. But whenever it gets to the courtroom, they're not going to ask about the politics. They're going to ask they're going to ask staff if the person that voted against this or the group of people that voted against this were aware that they were required to vote for it. They're going to ask if it met all of the discretionary, if it met all of the development requirements that are listed in code. They're going to depose me. They're going to depose Ben. They're going to depose Kyle. And then separately, they're going to depose all the ones that voted against it. And that person at that time is going to be alone in a room trying to explain that they did it to make a statement. None of that's going to make it to the record. And then it will be up to a judge whether or not it gets overturned. And denying a development proposal that meets minimum requirements of the code disregards objective requirements and instead substitutes subjective thinking by individual members. A development that does not meet minimum requirements should not be approved. So there's a separate standard that we always leave out of the discussion. If it doesn't meet the requirements of code, it should not be approved. So there are legal issues with that as well. If you approve something that doesn't meet that requirement and then the next project doesn't want to meet the same requirement, then you're being capricious and arbitrary in your enforcement of your own code. That is a form of nonfeasance. However, there is exceptions to it, and this is the part that that I don't talk about a lot because this is the other part of the discussion, which is PHLLC versus the City of Conway in 2009. This specific case was talking about rezoning. A rezoning was submitted concurrently with a preliminary plat, and it was a little confusing because if the rezoning were to be approved, then the preliminary plat would be in compliance. So based off of the new zone that it was going to, this preliminary plat would have been in compliance with codes. So the City of Conway says, we're going to approve your preliminary plat because it meets all of the development requirements for the code that pertains to the new zoning. But we're going to add a condition of approval that says that the zoning has to be approved. And by the way, we're going to recommend that rezoning be denied. And that gets pretty messy because we have, on one hand, said we want to approve the preliminary plat, but on the other hand, deny the rezoning. So if you deny the rezoning with that condition of approval, ex facto, the preliminary plat fails. But it keeps you out of court for Richardson v. the City of Little Rock Planning Commission because it met the minimum requirements of code if it gets rezoned. In this case, it did not. The Planning Commission approved the preliminary plat with the condition that the rezoning be approved. However, they requested the rezoning be denied by the legislative body. Therefore, the Planning Commission was compliant with Richardson v. City of Little Rock Planning Commission regarding the development request and sent the legislative request forward with a recommendation of denial. However, the rezoning request failed, it would still not be allowed. City Council denied the rezoning, and the preliminary plat approval was instantly invalid due to the condition of approval. So this case also provided some additional information because there was a lot of details in this one whenever you get in and read it. And this is one that I strongly recommend each individual searches this out and reads PHLLC v. City of Conway 2009. So the takeaways from this is, number one, a zoning decision is a legislative action. However, development approval is a type of permit that determines compliance with code. Even if the board of directors hears the permit request as a local government requirement, it is still bound by the same state case law for Richardson v. City of Little Rock Planning Commission. You still have to meet those standards. So the City of Conway did it correctly. Two, while development considerations are not advised during rezoning, this is going to come to a shock to some of you. While development considerations are not advised during rezoning, because the owner is not bound to a specific proposal, traffic and safety can be considered during rezone as a means for denial for a rezoning by the legislative action. This should not be confused with a development permit, which defines minimum requirements. So the rezoning, the legislative action, can be denied for whatever those reasons may be. It can be traffic, safety, drainage. They don't have to approve the rezoning based off of those. It's just not best practice. Because when it gets rezoned, you don't know what they're going to build. You should always consider, as a best practice, the most extensive, heaviest density, largest project that can be built in that zoning district. But if they choose to do so, the legislative body can legally deny it for those reasons, talking about traffic, safety, other considerations, drainage. That's for the rezoning. However, if those, during the development, once it's rezoned, once it meets the standards of the code, meets the standards of the drainage criteria manual, et cetera, then Richardson v. City of Little Rock Planning Commission kicks in, says, hey, once they meet these standards, you got to approve it. Since the condition provided would bring the preliminary plat, which is a development, into compliance, it was a moot point because the preliminary plat is not in compliance with the original zoning designation. Since it didn't match that original zoning designation, it wasn't allowed by right. So, a lot of the times you get an outlier of someone on the, let me just take myself and I'll just use me as an example. I was on a planning commission, and if I chose to say, well, I'm a certified floodplain manager and I think that this shouldn't be approved because there's drainage issues in the area. Well, that's my opinion, and certified floodplain manager is a FEMA designation for floodplain administration. It's administrative in nature. I'm not a drainage engineer, and this project has a drainage report stamped and signed by an engineer and has been reviewed by our engineering department and says that it's in compliance with our drainage criteria manual. So why am I, as a planning commissioner, substituting my own personal opinion based off of my familiarity? Why am I substituting my opinion with a group of professionals, and is that legal? I'm going to skip a couple of slides. I'll go back to those. The City of West Helena versus Davidson in 1971 said, despite expert testimony that indicated the existing residential zoning at a location was unsuitable for residential uses, that the request was the most compatible use, and that the use would not negatively impact property values, and that testimony regarding good planning would support the project, the rezone away from a residential use was denied. The City of West Helena Planning Commission substituted their own opinions for expert testimony that was provided. This resulted in a ruling that a rezoning denial cannot substitute expert testimony for your personal opinion. You cannot substitute expert witness and evidence for your personal opinions. If you do that, then the question is, are you now in, not just for West Helena v. Davidson, you're also now saying that our drainage criteria manual is wrong, which was approved by the legislative body. You're saying that the city engineer knows less about drainage than you. You're saying that their engineer that stamped that drainage report knows less than you. Because no matter what you do, you're gonna vote no anyways, and you cannot do that. You can, but if it gets taken to court, you have to explain those actions in your deposition. In that case, they would also depose the city engineer. They would depose the opposing engineer that wrote the drainage criteria, or the drainage report. They would utilize the city's drainage criteria manual as evidence, and at the trial, they would have the city engineer testify against the planning commission. And there's nothing he could do to stop it. Let's go back a couple of slides. Johnson v. City of Jonesboro. You guys are gonna think that I'm picking on Jonesboro and Conway by the end of this, I promise. Federal courts are barred from considering the merits of taking claim until private litigant exhausts state remedies. What does that mean? So that means if there's an appeal route, they have to take the appeal route. They can't just go up to the top court and land. So if there's an appeal route locally, let's talk about the two new things that the Planning Commission can prove. They have to use the appeal route to the board first. They can't just jump straight to the circuit court. They have to exhaust every appeal route first. So if the board appeal route is not taken within 10 days, then they've exhausted their appeal routes because they chose not to appeal within the deadline. After 10 days, the approval is solidified. Within 30 days, their court appeal route is totally solidified. I believe you have 30 days in any type of ruling to move forward with the court route. But if they do not appeal, if there's no appeals or anything in the time frames given and the appeal routes were not taken, then they can't just skip around to different courts. It'll get sent back to the proper location. City of Conway versus the Housing Authority in Conway talked a little bit about instances of denial and rezoning being arbitrary. So we probably heard the terms capricious and arbitrary before. So there's not a better example of capricious and arbitrary than what the City of Conway did to their own housing authority. So in 1979, the City of Conway's housing authority went into rezone some property. The City of Conway said, we want to use that property. If we rezone it, then it's going to increase the value of that property and make it where it's more challenging for us to get it. So we're not gonna approve your rezoning. That's capricious and arbitrary. You can't just arbitrarily enforce the code because it benefits the city in that financial way. Usually we have some standards. The board of directors has approved a comprehensive plan and a future land use map, which we refer to as the FLUM, F-L-U-M, future land use map. And the staff will provide a staff report and says we recommend, we actually don't make recommendations anymore. We just say, yes, this does match what the future land use map would call for zoning at this location. If you're going to deviate from the future land use map, then you start getting into gray areas. You have to really express why. Why are we deviating away from the future land use map? In some cases, it makes sense. However, we have remedies for that. We say if there's a good reason, maybe, I mean, the best part about plans is everybody has one and none of them get built outright. So a plan is exactly that. It's just a plan of development. And over time, plans change, development patterns do not work out correctly. So we have to make some changes in areas. Maybe it's an area that we want to develop out more, and in its current pattern, it's just sitting there and it's blight on the city. So we may have to make some alterations. If the planning staff, which are professionals in their field, identify that it's in the best interest of the city to do a comprehensive map change, then they will write that in the staff report. They will give a justification why they make that recommendation, and whenever the rezone occurs, we will at that time write in the change to the comprehensive plan into the ordinance. Did I get that right? Thank you. So you have to be careful though, because if you're deviating away from it for other reasons, for example, the city wants to buy that land, so they want to reduce the value, then you can be really quickly and easily identified as being capricious and arbitrary in your determination. So moving forward, we have the city of Russellville versus Banner Real Estate, 1996. I got, 10 minutes? I'll try to move faster. Changes in rezoning may be by majority vote of the board of directors without further planning commission review. So you can go all the way to the third reading of a rezone, and at the board meeting, it does not have to be remanded back to the planning commission unless the ordinance specifically says it has to be remanded back to the planning commission. There's no requirement that a zoning ordinance be made available prior to its adoption. You don't have to, it's in a public meeting that was provided notice. There is going to be a change at this location. That original proposal can change. That's why it's a public meeting. It can happen in the last 30 seconds of the third reading and be a totally different zone. It is perfectly legal for the board members to do that, and it was done in a public setting. Does not have to be on the agenda read as such. It does not have to be in the packet. They can make that change all the way to the last minute. Changes to the ordinance are made after the first reading, though. It has to return to the first reading. So, you would say, well, then it'll be 3 more times. Well, they then make a motion to suspend the rules and have all 3 readings at the same time, and you can pass it that night. Local jurisdictions approve and denies based on federal and state limitations. Failure to follow state and federal laws may lead to appeals to a court of competent jurisdiction. In the case of zoning and development laws, it will be the circuit court. The consequences. This is where we talk about misfeasance, malfeasance, and nonfeasance. So state law identifies that local officials that knowingly fail and to follow state law can be held accountable for such failures. The board is on the top of the hierarchy for local government, but must comply with all local, state, and federal laws. Elected officials can be removed from office by the circuit court if found guilty of nonfeasance. And that also extends to fraud, misfeasance, and malfeasance. Fraud, of course, is fraud. I'm not going to go into an explanation of that, but I will talk a little bit about misfeasance, malfeasance, and nonfeasance. Malfeasance starts with mal. It's malicious. You broke a law, and you know you broke a law, and you did it on purpose. I mean, that's just malfeasance. Misfeasance is, I didn't know I broke a law, but I did. That's pretty common. That can trip up in city government, treasurers, city clerk treasurers, staff members. That can apply to a long list of people that are in charge of the use of city funds. Misfeasance would fit into the category of if I bought something that was not budgeted correctly and did not follow a procurement policy, then I could be guilty of misappropriation. I didn't know that I wasn't allowed to do that. Well, that's, if I'm an elected official and do that, for example, a strong mayor, then that is considered misfeasance. That would be reviewed likely by I'm assuming it would be by the Ethics Commission, or it would be reviewed by a body. and the AG would, or the prosecuting attorney would have to make a determination whether or not they move forward with charges. In the city of Fort Smith, they recently had one of those where there was no intent to violate a FOIA law. However, the deputy city administrator was reviewed, and they found no findings of intent. So misfeasance is tricky because if you didn't know you were violating the law, then can you get found guilty of it? You can probably be removed from office from it, but if you're at a staff level, you're probably not going to get charged with it. It can be tricky, and I don't feel, or like I feel sorry for any prosecuting attorney that has to wade through those type of charges. Nonfeasance is a little different. Nonfeasance is, I know what the law is, I'm just not going to do it. So that's the one that gets planning commissioners caught up. Nonfeasance is, I know I'm supposed to pass this because Richardson v. City of Little Rock says that it meets all of the requirements of the code, and the city engineer and the city planner are telling me that it meets all the requirement of code. But I have a lot of people calling me right now, and they're telling me that they don't want this project to happen, so I'm still going to have to vote no. That's nonfeasance. Those are political pressures, and political pressures do not apply to, those political pressures do not apply to the Planning Commission. You're not a political entity. You're an advisory committee to the board of directors. You're not elected officials. You're appointed officials. Got about 4 minutes, so I'm going to move a little bit faster. The removal of a planning commissioner by the city administrator requires approval by the board of directors. That is the state law. And I'm just going to give the last 5 minutes. We may run a little bit over on this one to allow some discussion. Do you have any questions?
Sure. The nonfeasance.
Yes, sir.
You're saying political pressure in relation to the planning commission. Is there times of political pressure in elected positions then can be allowed for nonfeasance?
It is a little bit, they have different considerations because they're in charge of the legislative branch. So they have the ability to waive their own ordinances. So the planning commission doesn't have the ability to bypass an ordinance. The legislative body has some additional powers associated with their seats. They can bypass their own ordinance by passing different legislation. So there are instances, it's just uncommon, where it would apply to the planning commission, but it would not apply to the board. They can change, for example, if they're getting political pressure, they can change the code enforcement policy, the code enforcement ordinance. The Planning Commission can recommend changes to the Unified Development Code, but it requires the Board of Directors to approve that. There's no ability for you to make a change once a project is submitted. Let's say it's a preliminary plat, meets all the development code requirements, and then you have the neighbors coming up that are arguing that, and I'll just use a real world example, they're arguing that this is an open field and they really like to see the deer and they like the wildlife behind them and that they want it to stay that way forever. I have seen projects denied for that exact argument, and it does not meet the requirements of the law. And when I explained that to that board, they still denied it. That's nonfeasance. I am not going to move forward on anything. However, a taxpayer can move forward on it. If they identify nonfeasance, then they could move forward and identify that and move it forward to the prosecuting attorney's office. Any more questions?
I don't have a microphone.
Oh, I think it's off.
Is it off even? Okay. I got it. Well, I'm turning it, but it's not
There we go.
Okay, here I am. So this is really something that constituting political pressure. We often hear people say, well, I've received calls about this, but nobody ever says, how many calls have you received? Nobody ever quantifies what is political pressure, and perhaps there isn't a way to do that. Because if I have a constituency or I have a group of people who call me and it's 3 people out of 17,000 people in the city of Siloam Springs, how is that political pressure defined?
So political pressure is that if something meets the requirements of the law, and you're debating whether or not to defy the law based off of the amount of phone calls or people's other opinion that are coming to you, then those are outside pressures. That would be like political pressure. So the Planning Commission's role is not to identify the amount of people that are against the project. It is to look at the project and determine whether or not it meets the minimum requirements of the code. And that's really a hard one for a lot of commissioners. It was a hard one when I was on the Planning Commission for the city of Fayetteville. It was 98,000 people whenever I served as a planning commissioner. You better believe my phone would blow up as a planning commissioner whenever something was coming forward and it was a higher density area and an open lot. Because people want to preserve those areas for their own use, but the Arkansas Constitution says that there's no right greater, I'm paraphrasing, than those property rights of those owners. So they have the ability to develop their land in accordance with the development guidelines and the zoning restrictions. Okay. We're going to have to move along. Do we have a break scheduled? Okay. Are you up next or am I again? Okay, we're going to move. If IT can just go ahead and go straight to the next session. I think we're going to go straight forward, and this is a shorter session, so Ben will carry us through, and then we'll have lunch, which should be on its way.
Thank you, Chris. Again, my name is Ben Rhodes. I'm City Senior Planner, and we're going to be talking more specifically about the roles of the Planning Commission. So let's go over that. And like the other disclaimers that were brought out, that this is not considered to be a comprehensive overview of every possible thing, but just a generalized overview of what the commission works on. So here is sort of the basics. We have a section in our state code 1456-411, which defines specifically what the Planning Commission, I'm sorry, let me get this to the right screen here. All right, there you go. So it defines specifically what the Planning Commission can do. As the name denotes, the Planning Commission makes plans. That actually is kind of the main function of the Planning Commission. They also, like Chris is saying, they make recommendations on specific developments, and administer those planning regulations, prepare ordinances and implement those plans, and advise the City Council, in our case, the Board of Directors, for what they feel, whether those conditions were met to meet for those plans, and specifically the development permits. City staff's role is to assist the Planning Commission with the administration of these duties. So you're not there alone. We're there to help. We will provide the reports, the analysis, everything you really need. And of course, as you know, we're at the meetings to answer any questions. The thing on the graphic on the right from Trad Young is a really good one that kind of just goes through the cycle of what the Planning Commission does. You know, they will put together a comprehensive plan, studies, what we're going to talk about in a little bit, plans for specific areas, like a land use plan, master street plan, facilities plan. They will look at the implementation of the zoning and subdivision ordinance. And then the green is really what the day-to-day, or the, more aptly said, the month-to-month, since the Planning Commission meets only once a month, they're reviewing and making recommendations on the development proposals. And then in some cases, they'll do an capital improvement program. We don't really do that much in Siloam Springs, but that is a function as well. And of course, all that's centered around acting lawfully, ethically, and consistently and transparently. So how does that Planning Commission work in Siloam Springs? We have the new code, Chapter 35, which does establish the regulations of the Planning Commission. This was mostly copied over from the previous code. It's not really new information per se. But as I indicated earlier, it's to create the city plan. Planning Commission shall make a comprehensive study of the present conditions of future growth of the city. And a primary contains land use and major street plan, and these documents are recommendations made to the city board. So how does one get appointed to the Planning Commission? This is kind of just the basics here, but not everybody might understand how this process actually works. So each September, the senior planner, that's me, will review the Planning Commission membership, and we will determine if any of the seats are about to expire. Based on the number of seats that are become vacated at the end of the year, staff will place a newspaper ad, and you see that copied on the right there, as well as putting something in social media and the city's website, requesting applications from the community due to the vacancies that are coming up. So one thing to keep in mind is you're not automatically back on the commission once your term is over. You're going to have to compete with anyone else that might want to apply to be on the commission. Now, sometimes things happen. People move. People need to resign for personal reasons. This happens quite often on the commission. So sometimes there's an unexpected vacancy. What will happen in that case is the administrator has the ability to take an applicant from the pool of applicants that were the ones that weren't selected, so they're still kept on file as a pool of applicants, and can appoint someone if they're still interested on being the Planning Commission. Now, this could be some years after they apply, so we'll contact them, see if they want to do it or not, and then they can be appointed in an interim to fulfill someone else's unfinished term. And we've seen that happen quite a bit, actually. So some of the Planning Commission requirements. So the candidates for the Planning Commissions, first and foremost, must be city residents, and I cannot emphasize this enough. Planning area addresses are no longer valid. They used to be a year ago, but the planning area no longer exists. We're just looking at just the city limits. And so the residency status must be maintained through the term of service. And I'm saying this specifically, you can see that's bolded there, because we did have an instance where a commissioner started out in the city but then decided to move to someplace outside of the city limits, and they can't just stay on the commission for the 4 years being outside the city limits. You have to maintain your residency in Siloam Springs for your full 4-year terms. And like that says, the terms are for 4 years. They start on January 1st and expire on December 31st, that 4 years later, minus 1 day, because they're starting on January 1st. As far as additional qualifications, I mean, we're looking at applicants that are interested in community affairs. In terms of city planning, we like people that have sort of what we call adjacent fields of study. Obviously, we don't expect everyone to be a licensed city planner to be on Planning Commission, but familiarity with real estate, architecture, engineering fields, or other related fields, are not necessarily a requirement, but those candidates are definitely weighted, because of their ability. And you can see on the side there, just a sample application. Those of you in the commission probably are familiar with that. That's what you had to fill out to apply to be on the commission. So how it works is the first week of November, the senior planner will then pass along all the qualified applicants. So we've placed the ad in the newspaper that first week of September, very close to September 1st. And now we've gone a couple of months, and we now have been gathering all these applications. And so we will pass those qualified applicants to the city administrator. Then it's up to the city administrator to make selections from that. Memberships are seats or positions numbered 1 through 7, and those should not be confused with city wards, so you're not over any particular part of the city. It's just, they're just numbered seats. Now, on city board, you do have ward members. That is specific section of the city that geographic component. So usually by the first or second board meeting in December, it just varies depending on how much time they need. The administrator will provide that recommendation to the city board of who they want appointed from the pool of applicants. And like Chris was saying earlier, those would be confirmed by the city board with a vote. So like I said earlier, the candidates that aren't confirmed, we don't just throw away their applications. We keep them in the pool of applicants should there be a vacancy midterm. What are some of the responsibilities of the planning commissioner if appointed? One thing is, and we had just recently did this, is the first order of business is electing the officers. So there are 3 offices within the commission. We have the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary. Chair obviously runs the meetings. Vice chair fills in for the chair, and in the cases of the chair has to be absent. And the secretary is usually the person who will sign, official documents of the commission. Regular meetings do occur on the second Tuesday of the month at 5:30. Sometimes we will change that time based off of things. We recently were meeting at 6, now we moved it to 5:30. So that the commission at any time can vote to change the time of day, but they cannot change the date. It always has to be the second Tuesday by ordinance. Members must attend 50% or greater of the previous 12 meetings, and you cannot miss 3 consecutive meetings. If you do, you are subject to being immediately ejected off the commission. Now, we did make a code change for certain circumstances. If the commissioner, is gravely ill, or, there's a death in the family or something like that, we will look at that. But if it's just they missed 3 meetings, and we don't know why, you're ejected off the commission. We do need to have a quorum, so 5 or more members do need to be present. So if you're sitting at the commission, you only have 4 there, you can't meet, unfortunately. The meeting would have to immediately be canceled because there just isn't enough people beyond the quorum. And the quorum does make up a supermajority of the commission. So that's how we look at that 5 number. You are compensated to be on the commission. You're compensated for every regular meeting, but not special meetings, not trainings, not workshops, or if the Board of Adjustment happens to meet on a day that the Planning Commission is not meeting, say there's a special called meeting of the Board of Adjustment, which I'm going to get into a second, you're not compensated for the Board of Adjustment meeting. You're just the regular meetings of the Planning Commission. That's it. The Planning Commission can establish committees. We do have one committee. It's called the PDRC. I think we've met one time for the Winding Springs development. But there can be a number of other if they want to do a sidewalk committee or whatever, you can set those subcommittees out. No member is required to serve more than 2 committees. So we don't want to overload members with being on multiple different types of committees. Staff helps the commission put together a yearly report. If you didn't know, there's a report that goes to the board of directors of all the activity that the planning commission did in the previous year. Those are due January each year. So first meeting in January, we will have that report. It used to be in July, but we changed it to January just because it was easier to correspond with the calendar year rather than the fiscal year. So as far as moving to the primary function of the commission on what you're really doing is like the month-by-month work. You're looking at the approval of or reviewing the ordinance and development approval. So Ordinances are the rezonings and if there is a code change. Now, we're not going to do every code change. It's just ones that are related to the development codes. Those are the ones that we'd take to the planning commission. So we're changing something that's, related to electric fees or something like that. We're not going to be bringing that to the commission. So as far as development approval, and Kyle's going to talk about that a little bit more in his presentation, but we were talking about new developments. These are buildings that are any building that's over 5,000 square feet or larger, or if there's a new paved area, like say even if it's just a parking lot. I know we had the Lazy Boy parking lot expansion. If it's 20,000 square feet of a new paved area, that would be a significant development. We will go before the Planning Commission. You're also looking at preliminary plats. Those are the proposed subdivisions of lands into lots. It's usually single family, but it could be any use. You can do a preliminary plat for commercial subdivision or industrial park or something like that. Final plats, those are only coming to the Planning Commission if they're changed. So you might be noticing if you follow the board, like, wait a minute, they're looking at a final plat and we didn't get to look at that. That's because it was identical to the preliminary plat. You don't need to look at something that's already been looked at as far as when you looked at the preliminary plat stage. But if they moved a cul-de-sac or they had to add additional lots or something like that, they changed it from preliminary to final as far as the design or layout. We will then take that back to the Planning Commission to review as a final plat changed, that's called FPC application. You're also looking at use permits, special uses, we're going to talk about that a little bit more in the zoning section, but special use land uses that are allowed in certain zone districts. And of course, as you know, you're doing the easement acceptances, any type of utility easement, but it could be any type of easement, access or recreational easement or something like that. Those were formally, if they're going to be a public easement, they will be accepted by the Planning Commission. And just on the right, you just see a copy of one of the staff reports and zoning that would go with that. That we include with all the packets that come out for each of the meetings and give you all the information on the development approvals. So going to what the Planning Commission reviews, changes with Chapter 35, and I know that Chris has just said this in his previous presentation, but it's worth just repeating because this is a new thing. So significant developments and preliminary plats will be approved by the Planning Commission. However, the Board of Directors does retain the right to appeal any of these decisions of the Planning Commission if they receive 2 affirmative votes or affirmations even outside of a meeting. Like say they go to the city administrator and they say, I want to appeal it. They can do that at a different time. It doesn't necessarily have to be at a board meeting, but it has to be done within 10 business days of whatever the Planning Commission's decision was. So there is a time limit on when an appeal can happen. If a permit is appealed, we will halt all work on that permit. So we're not going to be issuing new building permits related to that permit or anything else until a final decision has been made by the board. And so the board will review that item. They will consider the criteria by which the Planning Commission made the decision, and the decision can be overturned by the board without a resolution. And this would recur the first meeting after the appeal is made or otherwise announced. It has to be obviously be announced within a public meeting. And then that following board meeting would be when they would consider the appeal. It wouldn't be when we say we're appealing it and then we're going to make the decision now. They have to wait another meeting after. And so that's all within the new code. We're going to touch really briefly on the Board of Adjustment. So if you're on the Planning Commission, you're on the Board of Adjustment too. They're not the same. They're two different entities, 2 different bodies, but made up of the same membership. And Chris did talk about this a little bit earlier, but generally the Board of Adjustment meetings do precede the Planning Commission meetings. We always have those first and then go to the Planning Commission. There are sometimes instances like if there's a Board of Adjustment, that's the first meeting of the year. We have to have the Planning Commission meet first to select officers because we don't know who the chair will be. Then put that in recess, go back into the Board of Adjustment, and then come back into Planning Commission. Duties of the Board of Adjustment primarily are approved variances only, but they do look at appeals. It's very rare, but we do have an appeal process. Now, these are not the appeals I was just talking about. This is if someone, like an applicant, appealed an application. There's actually an application they have to fill out for that, and there's a totally different process. This is not the board of director appeal. There's just a different type of appeal. But anyway, the Board of Adjustment will look at that. And if you're not familiar with what variance is, it simply is an exception to one of the zoning rules based off of a land hardship. It's not something that's financial in nature, but something that's related to something specific to the property that creates a unique condition that doesn't frequently occur in the zone district. That would be a legitimate hardship, and we will, as a staff, say we find there's a hardship, but we're not going to tell you how to vote. That's the Board of Adjustment's job to do that. It is like Chris was saying, is a quasi judicial body. Any appeals of your decision will not go to the Board of Directors. They will go directly to Circuit Court because it's in that judiciary wing of the government, as Chris was saying earlier. And then for final thoughts, again, staff was here to assist you as planning commissioners and Board of Adjustment members. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us individually before the meeting if you want to do it that way, or in the meeting, of course, is acceptable. We are going to be providing the staff reports with a finding, not necessarily a recommendation, but we will say whether that meets the minimum requirements of city code or not, essentially. Other ordinances reviewed, you'll look at other ordinances if they're like as far as code changes and things of that nature. And staff will keep the Planning Commission informed on other permits, such as things that are reviewed directly by the board, like an annexation that's coming up. We're going to keep you informed, but you're not necessarily going to be voting on those items. It's just more for information only. And so with that, I believe that is, I've given you 10 minutes early, unless you have some questions. Okay. Do you not have, okay. I didn't know if you were grabbing the mic.
I'm getting I was going to ask a question regarding deadlines.
Okay, yeah.
So when we say there is a deadline arbitrarily at the end of September to submit your application, if we have applications, would we extend that deadline, or is that only extended if there are no applications?
I think it's really up to the administrator. The key deadline is that they have to be installed before the next calendar year, because that's when the terms of services start. So we have to really get someone confirmed that second board meeting of December, or they would have to call a special called meeting of the board specifically for that before January 1 rolls over. Otherwise, then they're out of sync with the 4-year service, and that creates a lot of other code issues. So yeah, so that application deadline is flexible a little bit, but it's really up to the administrator to change that. Yeah, yeah.
Just to piggyback off of that, the state law grants the city administrator the authority to nominate. Our process is just an unwritten, informal process. So if the city administrator chooses to deviate from that based off of whatever reason, then that is at her discretion. So if there's there's no ordinance, there's no written law that states that we have to go through a specific process. If there's a policy that is in place, then I just want to point out the city administrator is not subject to the policy of a previous city administrator. So if there's a policy signed by, I'll just choose one, David Cameron or Philip Patterson or whatnot, that says that the city administrator will do X, Y, Z, the current city administrator is not obliged to follow a policy from a previous city administrator. The city administrator is only obliged to follow the policies and ordinances and resolutions that are set by the board of directors.
Any other questions? Well, I guess we'll end this session, and then we're going to convene at, I believe, 12:30 for the next session. We're talking about rezoning and more deep dive there. So, thank you. All right. If everyone could take your seats, please, and we're going to get started with the next session on rezoning. And this is always the hardest session because it's right after lunch, and I know you guys are ready
Nap
to hibernate, but yeah, we'll try to finish your lunches and I'll talk about the more in depth into the rezoning process. Again, you all know me, Ben Rhodes, City Senior Planner, and just the same disclaimer that we've been doing for the previous sessions, that this is not intended to be a complete overview, but it will give you some basic knowledge about the rezoning process. One thing I like to point out just in the picture here, you're seeing on the bottom right the city's official zoning atlas. This is not something that we bring out to meetings or anything, but we do have an official zoning atlas that we use that, well, I'll talk about that in a little bit. And then, of course, the top left is the zoning that we display nowadays on our city's computer system called Geographic Information Systems, or GIS. And it is a link on our city website. You can look at any property and find its zoning and free of charge, just from the comfort of your device or from home. So this is going to just kind of go with some of the basics here, but important to build a foundation as to what zoning is. So since 1927, there was a landmark Supreme Court case. I know that Chris was talking about case law earlier. This one he didn't touch on just because there's so much case law that pertains to planning. But in 1927, there was the city of Euclid, Ohio versus Ambler Realty, where they challenged whether governments have the right to zone property, which is essentially curtailing the use of that property for within a certain allowed use. So there's not complete property ownership in terms of vested rights. So you have only a certain amount of rights of what you can and cannot do on a property, and that's what zoning controls. And so the Supreme Court basically affirmed, in this rare case, they affirmed with the city of Euclid that they did indeed have the right to zone property within the city limits as long as it was conceived to preserve the health, public safety, and general convenience of the area. So that's what you're seeing here. You know, zoning effectively is land use control, and it does intend to preserve that health aspect and quality of life and within a particular area. And we see an example on the picture on the right there. You know, this is what zoning is trying to prevent. You have a very high intensive factory there, and literally have houses backing up to that. So if someone was coming in and wanting to apply the zoning to allow industrial uses, and this neighborhood had already existed, do you think the quality of life or health might be impacted by some of the neighbors that are living on the edge of that development, that industry? Well, absolutely. And so that is why zoning exists. It's to prevent, if it was completely laissez-faire, free market, you would see things like this happen because property rights would become absolute. I own the property, I can do whatever I want on it. It doesn't matter what my neighbors are doing, and vice versa. But that does impact the quality of life and property value of someone who's already bought a property and wants to preserve their investment. You know, someone buying their home, that is the biggest investment that they're going to be making in their lives, more than likely. And so that's something that we're, as a city government, are trying to protect so that citizens are able to maintain those values. So it's generally considered bad practice to zone heavy industrial factories or something next to residential because it's considered incompatible land use. So what is the zoning request? So zoning is not static or absolute. So that's because land is bought and sold every day for speculative purposes, for new developments, for things that change. Cities grow and change over time, and so you're forced to rezone properties or getting requests to rezone properties in order to facilitate development because we're not living in a vacuum. There are economic forces and things that change what you might want to do on a particular property. So the city zoning ordinance does establish the zoning, which governs all the land uses and site improvements. And that city zoning atlas, which I showed earlier, and for Siloam Springs, that is what adopted zoning. Now, we had zoning before October 1st, 1983, to be sure, but that ordinance 883, basically wiped out everything that previously existed and said, this city of Siloam Springs, this is our zoning. And so that's the baseline by which we go back to for any rezoning ordinance. So any ordinance that's happened that's rezoned since October 4th, 1983, has changed the zoning atlas. And so that is what we have on our maps today is essentially what has been built off of that original ordinance. And so, as I stated, that atlas is not concrete. It can be amended, and it is through the rezoning application. And here's an example you see on the right-hand side there. So what's considered with a rezoning request? Rezonings, first off, have to go through a technical review process. So we receive an application. Kyle will take the intakes. They come from citizens, members of the public, developers, whoever. They'll come to our office first, and we will look at those and do a check for, does it comply with the future land use map, which you see in the picture there. But we're also looking at technical aspects, like is the legal description included with the rezoning correct? Because that legal description has to be included in the ordinance to change the zoning atlas. You have to officially say where that zone is in a legal sense, and so that's what the legal description is. So we are looking at that. The bottom left, that's a copy of the future land use map, and then you have a recent example of a property that was rezoned. We put the sign out there to inform everyone of what's going on. So after that staff review, the rezoning request is then forwarded, of course, to the Planning Commission. This occurs about 6 weeks roughly after we get the application. So if you didn't know, applications always come in the first business day of the month. We just start everything new at the beginning of the month. And then that will allow for about 6 weeks of review before it goes before the Planning Commission. And so what you're going to get is not just the application. Obviously, you're going to get a prepared staff report and any exhibits of maps or other information pertaining to the rezoning. Those will vary over time. So depending on the particular rezoning request, if we feel it's really important to give you context of the neighborhood, we'll take pictures and put pictures in the staff report. Not everyone's going to have pictures of every angle, but sometimes they will have that, sometimes they won't, just depending on how we have analyzed the request and what information you think is relevant for your decision. So the Planning Commission's role is to consider the menu of possible land uses allowed by right within the proposed zone and the potential impacts on the neighborhood and the guidance of the future land use map, or the FLUME. So when we're considering a rezoning request, you must consider the most intense allowed use in that zone and not what the applicant's stated intent is. So that's a really hard one. Oftentimes you will get an applicant that says, say they're rezoning to R4, which is a multifamily, and the applicant will say, well, I just want to build a duplex and that's it. Well, you can hear what they say and consider that to be sure, but keep in mind that the rezoning to R4 allows for multifamily, and so like an apartment complex. And so you have to consider that as one of the allowed uses when making that decision, even if that's contrary to what the applicant is stating they want to do. Because once it's zoned, lands can be transferred. You know, it could be a different applicant. The applicant may change their mind, and there's no contract. So the city can't engage in what's called contract zoning, where we say, applicant, you can only do the duplex because that's what you're saying you want to do. No, you cannot do that. The zoning allows for a variety of menu of uses. Some are more intense than others, and they can go the next day and build that apartment complex by right. And there's absolutely nothing the commission or the city can say about that. I mean, in terms of the land use. Now, maybe other aspects they can, but they can't say, well, you can't build that because you said you wanted to build duplex. Well, you got the R4 zoning. You're allowed to do that. That was another case that recently came up with HB Hanson Brook Farms, which was the facility that was out on Progress Avenue, and they were making a lot of, well, we'll do this, we'll do that. They can say that, but it doesn't mean that that's what's going to get built. You could end up getting that, the factory, and by right, because that company could change their mind. They could sell it, and it's now the I-1 is on the books. So this is something that I really want to emphasize. That's, if you don't take anything else away from this session, that probably be the most important thing, is to understand that all those uses are applicable to rezoning. And so going into the use units themselves, this chart looks very daunting to anyone that doesn't look at zoning, but essentially use units are the Lego blocks that make up the built environment. So, and not even the built environment, anything you see, so agricultural, open areas, parks, anything you can see in the real world will fit in one of 28 different use units. They're buckets. They're little, so you can say within that use unit, there's medium impact commercial that can involve a dentist's office. It can be a dry cleaners. It can be a bowling alley, but those would fit within that bucket of use units. So you are considering all the possible uses that use unit would entail when you're considering the rezoning. So when you're looking at a rezoning request, the commission will be furnished in the report all the allowed uses that would come along with that rezoning request. So you're not caught off guard about, wait, they can do this, they can do that. So you'll know everything that would be allowed in that particular use. So the green, how you read this is the zones are at the top. The green are the use units, and so those are the use units by right. Those are vested rights, so you don't have to get any extra special permission beyond the development approval to be able to use your property for that particular use unit. The special uses are ones that we might allow, but it requires additional review. So you have the zoning, but you still might need to be looked at specifically for that use. They're also sometimes called conditional use permits in other cities. Essentially, you can provide conditions. They need to put up a fence to block the view. They need to do this, they need to do that. The conditions generally go with those special use permits because you want to customize that impact to its context. So you're not creating an issue where there's incompatibility between land uses. So this is just giving you an example. If someone comes to you and says, well, I want to zone to R3, all the allowed uses, that could be a park, it could be single family, it could be a duplex. And you have to consider all three as the possibility with that R3. So it's not necessarily locked into any one particular use unit. Occasionally, the zoning will need to amend the future land use map, and we've touched on this, early in other presentations. So the future land use map essentially is a map in our comprehensive plan. It's a 2040 comprehensive plan. It gives the guidance of where we want to go as a city. Where do we want the housing? Where do we want the industrial sites? Where do we want commercial corridors? And all that is laid out in a color-coded map. It's not a zoning map. It's different. It's just saying this is where we think we want our land uses to go. So when we look at a rezoning request, we want to assure that that zoning, what those allowed uses, fits within the guidance of the future land use map. Now, sometimes we get zoning that's not compliant with that guidance of the map, and we're not bound by the follow that map in all instances, as sometimes things change. The map is really a snapshot in time of where we think things should go, but they're only updated so often. So we can, if there's a compelling reason to depart from that suggested land use, and I think that was one of the case laws earlier, you can provide that as a recommendation that we think the map should be amended. But if there's not a compelling use, you don't necessarily, you could use that as a foundation to say, well, we're not going to approve this rezoning. Rezonings are completely discretionary. They're not like, you don't bound, like some of the other, like the preliminary plats, the significant developments. You're more locked in that if they meet the minimum requirement, you have to vote yes. Zoning is different. Zoning, there's a lot more discretion because you're really talking about future land uses and does it really fit in the neighborhood or not, and there's a lot of different criteria that you can weigh as to whether you think a zoning is appropriate or not. So if there is a change, we are actually making an amendment to the official future land use map, and that will be shown in the rezoning ordinance as one of the options. You'll see that sometimes in rezoning ordinances in the title, it says to rezone to whatever and amend the future land use map to whatever. And that's why we're doing that. So what are some of the criteria to look at for rezoning to recommend approval or confirming the criteria has been met? These are the things that you're really going to be looking at and digging. In addition to the future land use map, there's this criteria. So, will that property potentially interfere with reasonable peace and enjoyment of neighboring properties? Again, using that example of the industrial factory next to the single family. Well, there could be a case that someone's peace and enjoyment will be impacted by noise and sound emissions and odor and things like that. So that could be a criteria by which you could say that we're not recommending approval. Will it substantially damage property values? Is it compatible with the context of its location and the character of the existing neighborhood? And that's a really key one because what we like to do in planning is what's called context-sensitive design. So you bring in a new use or new project. Is it sensitive to its context, or does it sit out like a sore thumb compared to all the other land uses around it? You really want, as much as you can, to blend land uses so they don't, one land use doesn't appear out of place compared to others. And so we're looking at compatibility and neighborhood context, and even like a character, like the downtown has a certain character to it, certain feel, as compared to like a neighborhood like Patriot Park would have a totally different feel to it. That's the neighborhood character or the feel. So we want to maintain those character districts as best as we can. Will not, by the nature of allowed use of the proposed zone, allow siting, height, design of structure, or landscaping that tends to burden present or future neighboring properties. That's kind of goes along with like what would be the maximum or most intense use allowed in that zoning, and imagining that at its full extent, does that provide, or would that potentially provide a burden or make it otherwise more difficult to live in the existing areas. And that the other thing is not just the current land uses, but it's potential future land uses as well that you can consider as far as whether that would provide a burden. And then is it adequately supported by infrastructure? That's pretty straightforward. Is there streets, sewer, water, all that kind of stuff? Is there enough additional parking? And compared with the present zone, is it more consistent with public health, safety, and convenience in the neighborhood? Again, that's kind of the foundational point of zoning. You want to make sure that it's doing that. So this criteria, we're not kind of leaving you out to dry on the criteria. If you read the reports, the sections that have the gray boxes below, that's us analyzing each of those criteria and staff kind of giving our take as to what we feel is or isn't appropriate in that. You don't have to take that as gospel. It could be you have a different opinion about it. That's fine, but that's just sort of our initial analysis on the criteria. Rezonings can have conditions. It's unusual to put a condition on a zoning, but it can happen. But there have to be ancillary to the district's allowed uses. And what that means is that it would be related to something like, for instance, if they need to have a lot consolidation or lot line adjustment or something like that as related to the requested rezoning, you can do a condition that we will approve this, but you have to do the lot consolidation before a certain date or whatnot, or that zoning is considered invalid. And so it can't be a condition to say, like the contract zoning, well, we'll approve it, but you can only build a duplex, not an apartment complex. No, you can't. That's not allowed. It has to be ancillary to the request. And if those conditions are not met, the permit and the rezoning is considered void and invalid and has no effect. So the conditions hold weight. They're very important. It's not something that we just may or may not do. They are locked in with that approval. So what happens after you vote on the rezoning request? Because the Planning Commission can't approve an ordinance, they are taken to the City Board of Directors. That's not the very next week. What we do is we take it to the following month's first board meeting because we need to have time to prep the ordinance, and if there are any conditions or special requirements that the Planning Commission wants to put on the rezoning, we'll need time to put that together in a package for the Board of Directors so they're aware of what those are, and also the testimony that comes out of the Planning Commission. So we include that to the board. If there's the public come up and they say they have like 5 different comments about drainage, we will include that in the report that goes to the Board of Directors, so they're aware of pretty much everything that transpires at the Planning Commission. So that's why we have to wait till that following month after Planning Commission before we can take that to the board. They will get the same presentation. We're not going to be amending things or changing it so that one body gets one set of facts and the other body gets another set of facts. That would patently be kind of unfair and wouldn't really make sense. So we are doing the same presentation. The board is also copied on the original staff report. So they get the staff report and a cover memo, so they get pretty much all the same information that the commission gets. The ordinance does require 3 readings. So what that means is it's read usually by title only, not the entire ordinance, but they have a provision where they just read the title only, and they do it 3 different times, which means 3 different meetings. However, the board does have the ability to combine readings if they chose to do so. It's usually done on a case-by-case basis, and it requires a motion of the board to combine readings if they want to do that. Like I said earlier, if the future land use map amendment is needed, that would be included as part of the ordinance. And then after that approval, there's something that's called an emergency clause. What that means is you can vote on the ordinance and apply an emergency clause, which means it goes into effect immediately with the vote. Otherwise, if there's no emergency clause, it actually takes 30 days for the ordinance to go into effect, which means that they have to publish it, the full ordinance, in the local newspaper, and then wait 30 days before that actually becomes an official ordinance of the city in which we would act on that in some official capacity. Now, there's some exceptions to that, like if there's pending development review, we won't halt the review because of the ordinance, but we are not, confirming the ordinance until that 30-day period has elapsed. And then usually around that time, that's when our the map online will be updated. We try to space that so they're about 30 days after approval, so that we're not preemptively kind of updating the map before it's an official, zone. And I believe that is all I have on the zoning, so I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Ben, on that list that you had with the zones marking the special use or other permits, do we have all those zones that were listed across the top?
You want me to go back to
That
this
list?
one?
Yeah.
Is that is that in the atlas or is that in the?
Well, do we have all those zones in the city that are listed across the top?
Yes, those are, this is from the new chapter 35. So the only zone that's not on the map yet is the R5, and the UPD, because we just haven't had any, there's zones that are available, but nothing's been rezoned to it yet.
Okay.
So it's just kind of, it will one day, eventually the map will start showing R5 and different, we even have a new color shade, for it when it comes in and all that, but it's not on the map yet because no one has come to us to rezone property to R5, so.
Okay, one more question. Is there, where, I see things being built occasionally around town that I'm like, I don't remember hearing anything about that, and it might be that it's too small to come before us, that kind of stuff. Is there someplace we can go look to see if a permit was pulled for a project at an address, just to confirm?
That is a good question. I might defer to our Director of Administrative Services. You want to field that?
Yes, that would be, if you're driving by, for example, I think we had an auto shop that was done on Mount Olive that didn't require the Planning Commission or board approval because it was under the size required to get a significant development permit. You would still be able to find if that has building permits by reaching out to our building official. Our building official can pull up in our computer system to make sure that it's been permitted. If he's unavailable, you can also reach out to the permitting technician, which is Laura, and you can either call her, email her, or just walk into the office. She's the one at the window whenever you walk into community development.
But there's no place to actually look that up online for permits that have been issued or anything like that?
We do not have an online database that I'm aware of. Randall?
It's not complete yet. However, we are working on that, so a citizen can just go online and actually look at the GIS map and see a point on every parcel that has a permit. We're working on that.
All right, any other questions?
Ben, I'll just say I love the GIS map. You showed me how to use that years ago, so I quit calling you, but I call him anyway, But also, I think it's very helpful to know that we can see things on there. I don't always know to look, but there is the one zone that's a historic overlay that is harder to apply because it's part of the historic district downtown. Since we're a tad bit early, can you talk about that?
Yeah, that's getting kind of the level 2 of zoning. And you'll notice on the top here, you don't see H1 or H1DT. And you're like, Ben, you forgot 2 zones there. They're not like regular zones because they don't have any land use associated with them. So if you're an H1, it doesn't mean that you can build a house or a factory or a commercial strip center. It just means that the standards of the base zone, so there's always a base zone, one of the zones at the top already there, And the H1 kind of just covers those standards and says, well, the base zone says your front setback is 25 feet, but you're in historic, we're going to make that 20 feet. And we're going to say your height can be only so tall, and we're going to say you have to do this or that. It's kind of like think of it as like a lens. Like you have the lens that you're looking through for R2, and you put another lens out in front of it, and it changes a little bit of what you can and can't do in the zoning, because the zonings are not, for those of you that aren't familiar with zoning, it's not just the land use. So you're looking at other development aspects like the setback, how far the building can go from the property line, how tall it can be, the density of the building, the bulk and area standards, how much the lot is covered. That's all tied up with zoning as well. So it's not just the land uses. So what your H1 and the historic districts are doing is amending those bulk and area standards, but still maintaining those allowed land uses, which are already in the base zone district. Yep. Any other questions? I think we might get to the next session, if that's all right. Maybe get done a little bit early. So I'm going to let him pull it up. So I think it's section. Oh, he's going to change it.
Thank you, Ben. So it's been a while since I introduced myself earlier this morning, and we've definitely had lunch and are probably all a little naughty. I'm Kyle Belt. I'm the newest planner here, and I'll be presenting on significant developments and preliminary plats. Just to give you an overview, as we've stated on the rest of our presentations, this session's intended to be a quick overview of both of those types of review processes, but it is not by any means a complete overview of everything regarding the code. So for significant development and preliminary plats, the first question is what are they? Then I'm going to walk you through the application process, as well as the intake process and the review process. So what is a significant development plan? Significant development project shall mean any construction, whether it's authorized by one or more development permits, which is designed to provide more than 20,000 square feet of impervious lot coverage, including and without limitation all on-site parking, building footprints, and drainage systems, or is commenced by a common owner, whether on one lot or adjacent lots, within 48 months, and is designed to provide, again, more than 28,000 square foot of impervious lot coverage, again, including without limitation all on-site parking, building footprints, and drainage systems, or a significant development project can also be for a commercial, industrial, or institutional or multifamily dwelling use of land having a building footprint greater than 5,000 square feet, or is for 4 or more dwellings in a multifamily structure. I realize that this picture is a little bit funny and ironic today, given the weather situation. This is an example of a mixed-use development that would definitely qualify as a significant development project. We do have some exceptions to that, and I didn't list it because it would have been a big wall of text on this slide. But for public use structures such as storage buildings, airport hangars, and buildings like that, if the building footprint is less than 10,000 square feet or 25,000 square feet of impervious lot coverage, that would qualify as a significant development project, or would not qualify as a significant development project. Parks, to the same tune, with building footprints of less than 10,000 square feet or 30,000 square feet of impervious surface would also be exempt. And commercial, industrial, or institutional buildings that are on existing impervious surfaces only and not expanding into any new area that would be pervious would be exempt from that as well. So for the application process, applications are submitted to the Administrative Services Department, and they have to meet a prescribed monthly submittal deadline. Once those are received, the applications are checked for accuracy and completeness. If it's complete, the application is going to be processed and placed into review, which we'll detail a little bit further. If it's incomplete, staff works with the applicant to obtain a complete application and processed by the next available deadline. Sometimes that can be obtained or achieved on the same day. Sometimes it has to be bumped back, just depending on what we receive. The intake process can occur entirely online, or it may be a hybrid process with some paperwork submitted by the applicant and then the rest of it submitted online later, which I'll detail later when we get to the public notification requirements. Ultimately, the staff processes a completed application electronically in our BS&A system, which allows for all of our reviewers amongst multiple departments to review it. So this is our 2026 development calendar. One thing that I want to point out for preliminary plats and significant developments is that you can disregard the bottom part where it says Board of Directors meetings, because they end with the Planning Commission decision. And I'll have a better snippet later that you'll be able to see, and it's much larger to give you a better idea. So legal notice is absolutely paramount to this process, and it applies to significant developments, preliminary plats, rezonings has been mentioned earlier, as well as use permits. And we have 3 different legal notice requirements for all 4 of those undertakings that I just mentioned. One of those is posting of the property. You can see here for both preliminary and significant development plats, we require a 4x8 sign that has specific criteria that has to be displayed on it, as well as publication in a newspaper of general circulation and notification of surrounding property owners within a 300-foot radius of all boundaries of the property. We also have to receive legal notice documentation. Typically, that's going to be 14 days before the meeting, and that's going to be, on a USPS certified mail form, and it has to be through first-class mail. So when we review it for accuracy, what we always require is if they're dealing with us for the first time, the applicant or the agent submitting it, they need to submit it to us prior to mailing and submitting to the newspaper so that we can proof it and make sure that it's going to be accurate. This cuts down on staff time and costs, in the form of having to table items and actions like that, as well as applicant error, in the form of having to send out additional mailings. So the feedback that we have generally received is very positive. And then we also cross-reference the list of addresses that they've provided just to make sure that the property owners that are being notified is in fact correct with what is registered with the county. The documents listed above will be checked by staff, like I just said, and then an applicant may begin executing legal notice once we've given them approval. Should there be a persistent error in the legal notice materials, there may be a delayed review resulting in that, which could bump them back in terms of going before the board or the Planning Commission. So after the technical review comments are released to the applicants, which would be after the first submittal, they then have a period of time to revise their plans to align their proposal with the code based on the staff comments that they received, and have a prescribed deadline to submit their revisions for staff to review against that first submittal. Once we as a staff receive the second submittal from the applicant on the submittal deadline, this submittal is again put into review against the first submittal, and we have a prescribed timeline to provide any comments back to the applicant. During this time, staff are typically beginning to formulate a staff report as well to bring before the Planning Commission regarding their evaluation of this proposal, which could be subject to change based on comments or any changes that may be necessary to the plans. To your left here, you can see the timeline, meeting or process deadline and timeline. So if somebody were to submit on February 2nd and everything was copacetic and it met code, it would be going before the Planning Commission for review and their decision on March 10th for a preliminary plat or significant development. So this has greatly expedited the process from how we used to do it. Between the second comment return period and the third and final submittal deadline, all legal notice preparations have to be completed and provided to staff for review, as well as proofed, like I said, by a prescribed date. And we review that for accuracy, and we make sure that everything, meets municipal as well as state code requirements. After the legal notice deadlines pass, there is the third and final submittal date. And this submittal is evaluated to generate the final staff report, which is then presented to the Planning Commission at the next eligible meeting for the proposed item. So what is a preliminary plat? We define a preliminary plat as a drawing which shows the proposed subdivision of land in sufficient detail to indicate a workable layout and design in all aspects, but not in final form for recording. It's important to note that a preliminary plat is not a finalized project, as mentioned above. Another important thing to mention is that, this is kind of like a large lot split, or in layman's terms and official terms, this is subdivision of land. So if you're creating a subdivision, you have to submit for a preliminary plat. This is a great example of what occurs after a preliminary plat's been approved. You can see that the infrastructure starts coming in, and the application and review process are exactly the same as the significant development permit. So I'm not going to go back through that. Review fees are also the same for both permits, and that's $350. And on the next slide, we're going to show the process and timeline for the preliminary plat reviews. Guess what? It's the same. Ultimately, the same application, notification, and review process occurs for both types of applications. It should be noted, however, that there may be different reviewers and different documents associated with each project type that can be specific to the request at hand. So after a preliminary plat is built, which includes the streets, utilities, sidewalks, and other infrastructure items, but not the homes, a final plat is then submitted for approval in a separate process. Denial of a final plat does not prevent the development itself. It can only delay the construction of the homes and can cause legal issues. The streets, drainage, and everything else as mentioned before have already been built out at this time per the approved construction plans. A final plat is not what is referred to as a de novo review, which means starting over from scratch. It's reviewed against the preliminary plat. If it is found that the final plat does not match the approved preliminary plat, however, then that would have to be revised through what is called a final plat corrective. And that would go to the Board of Directors. So for approvals, it should be noted that now under Chapter 35, the Planning Commission is the approving body for both significant development project permits as well as preliminary plats. However, as we discussed earlier, the Board of Directors does have a right to appeal the Planning Commission's determination within 10 business days of said decision if 2 or more directors submit for an appeal, if reasons are brought forth by the appealing members that the Planning Commission's decision was faulty or was made in derelict of the approval criteria. So for significant development, there are reasons for denial. One of those would be if it does not comply with applicable regulations. That's pretty general. Or two, if it's not located within a zoning district, which would be a permitted use by right for the proposal as submitted. Or three, it is not adequately demonstrated in a drainage report that the minimum requirements of the drainage criteria manual have been met, as we mentioned earlier. Or if it does not include required dedication of rights-of-way or easements, or if it's found by the city engineer to create or compound a dangerous traffic condition, or if city utilities and/or other requisite infrastructure are not readily available, or if the applicant has failed to comply with ordinance requirements, fee in lieu requirements, or conditions of approval for on-site and off-site improvements or impact fees. And finally, if it's shown to be incompatible with the context of its location and the character of the surrounding existing or planned neighborhoods as characterized in the most recently adopted comprehensive plan. Preliminary plats, it is essentially the same criteria, so I'm not going to re-recite that to you. And I am open for any questions that y'all may have.
Does the plan include traffic? Is that a part of the responsibility? Do we have a responsibility to review that?
So that does come up in terms of being a part of the staff report. We do not require a traffic analysis. That would be something that we would defer to the city engineer on, but it would be on a case-by-case basis. Any other questions? Thanks.
Well, I know, but I would just say this is a very thorough explanation, and we really appreciate that. And we may have questions that come up when we're looking at a preliminary plat, but at that time, we'll be in session and we're able to ask that of staff.
Sure.
Correct?
And
Yeah.
one thing I would like to say on a closing note, if there's anybody in the audience, who has, follow-up questions, something that pops into your head, I have business cards where I can take down your information and get back to you with that. Send you code links, whatever it is that you need. Thank you very much.
Chris is not here to make the announcement, but I believe what's next on the agenda is a break. So I guess 15, 20-minute break, and then we'll come back. Okay, I think we're rolling for this next section 6, ordinances and resolutions. And we've touched a little bit on this earlier with the rezoning. You saw kind of how the ordinance works, but we're going to go a little bit deeper into this and specifically. And as Chris stated, we're both presenting this one. I will start out with some basics on the ordinance, and then Chris is going to jump into resolutions and some other matters. So again, with the same disclaimer as we've done on all the other sessions, this is not intended to be a complete review, but we'll give you a general overview of the ordinance. And there's a little picture of what I looked up as the first official ordinance of the United States in 1787. I'm not sure what it was for, but that is a picture of what it looked like. So what is an ordinance and why is it important? An ordinance establishes new law and is the most formal way the city can establish governance. We have a copy of what ordinance looks like. That's happened to be 2518. Many ordinances are reviewed by the Planning Commission, but they cannot be adopted by the Planning Commission. For ordinances, the Commission's role is strictly just advisory. Do we think it's good or bad? You would give your recommendation to the city board of directors, so they would take that into consideration when they look at the ordinance. And this ordinance example is one that happened to be for rezoning to R3. You can see there we have that legal description there at the bottom that we were talking about earlier. So I'm going to break down this ordinance 2518 and look at specifically the parts and what we're putting together and how it functions. So the red area that's highlighted there, that's the title. And a title essentially is just the subject matter of the ordinance, what it's supposed to do, the summary of its effect. We don't want titles to be paragraphs and paragraphs. They really just need to be a succinct summary, if you will, of that ordinance. And if it's adopted or at the readings, there is a provision that the board would approve the ordinance by reading title only. So this is what they're doing, is just reading the title, not reading the entire ordinance from start to finish. The whereas statement, so after each title, you're always going to have a whereases, and there's a series of these, and then there's a kind of a now therefore. What does this mean? So the whereases are your foundational statements. They give you the reasons and the cause for the ordinance, essentially the why. Why are we doing the ordinance today? This is because we have observed certain conditions in the city, because we have received a landowner request to rezone a certain property, and so that's the why. But if there are other reasons, we will include those in the whereas statements. And they always conclude, as I stated, with a now therefore be it ordained by Siloam Springs Board of Directors as follows. And then there's the main section of the ordinance that is essentially what the ordinance is doing, the law that it's creating, the form of officialdom that is being conveyed through the document itself. So the whereas, or excuse me, the sections have different sections added, numbered, usually just sequential numbering. Sometimes you'll see some ordinances that are lettered or in Roman numerals or such, but essentially they're usually like section 1, 2, and 3, and they're just sort of like different parts or components of what the ordinance is including. And in this case, they had to do a future land use map update like we were talking about. So we're going to have a section in there about updating the future land use map. We'll have a section in there about if there's a conflict with other ordinances or codes. Sometimes you might pass an ordinance and it might be in conflict with another ordinance. What do you do in that situation? It gives you a section in there about how to deal with that. Severability is something that attorneys put in there to say that if for some reason a court has found the ordinance invalid, it doesn't mean all ordinances are invalid. It's not a poison apple to poison the whole tree. It's just essentially severed to its own legal extents, and nothing will go beyond that. So we have a section of that. And then the final part in the blue is the approval. For this particular one, the mayor wasn't available, so we had that signed by the vice mayor. But we have the mayor's signature that conveys the authority of approval of the ordinance, and then the city clerk is attesting to the mayor's authority and attesting that yes, indeed, the mayor did sign this. It's essentially just a formality of notarizing something. The clerk is not approving it. They're just saying, I attest that, yes, the mayor did sign this, and the mayor did indeed have the corporate seal to place it on the document. As I mentioned, the board can vote to read the ordinance by suspending the rule by title only. For most ordinances, they do have the ability to combine the readings, so they're not having to read all three at one time. But if they choose to, they can do one meeting, one reading, and it would go for 3 meetings of the regular meetings of the board. So in summary on this, before I pass the baton over to Chris, Planning Commission will will primarily consider the rezoning ordinances. Their consideration is presented with the staff report. The actual ordinance is not presented to the Planning Commission because it's not something that you're approving. You're just looking at specifically the recommendation that goes to the City Board of Directors. There are other ordinances that you occasionally review. Those typically are code changes. And then other approvals are covered through the resolutions. The same is approved by the City Board level. And then, of course, right-of-way closures and annexations are also covered by ordinances, but per state law, but those are not the ordinances that you would look at, but you're just being informed about. And with that, I'll pass it over to Chris. Thank you.
So, ordinances are law, resolutions are not. It's pretty simple. If it's something that's an action that needs to be taken by the Planning Commission or the board or any other body that votes, if that is an action that's being taken that is not ordained, then it is resolved. The way that we handle resolutions can vary. So what can a planning commissioner do? Your first thought is, well, we don't receive resolutions. You don't receive the written formal resolutions, but every action that you take is a resolution. It's a resolution of the Planning Commission. So let's talk a little bit about that. There we go. So in the Planning Commission, the APA, the American Planning Association, refers to Planning Commission resolutions. Those are the actions that the Planning Commission can take. It's a formal statement of opinion or action approved by a local planning commission through a vote that typically addresses matters such as development proposals or amendments to comprehensive plans. Note that items that are approved by the Planning Commission are not appealed by the City Board do not require a formal written resolution. The Planning Commission's vote is that final permitting authority. That vote and that record that's been made in your minutes, that is the Planning Commission resolution. As opposed, the Board of Directors, when they do a resolution, the board's resolutions are written out as a formal expression. They're formally written out of the board's intent or position on a matter. And in some cases, they may provide authority to complete an action. In some cases, the planning commissioners are limited in their actions as a part of their function to serve and advise the legislative body. For example, in some cases, in some cities, there may be bylaws that are written by the legislative body that are imposed on the planning commission to limit what the planning commission can resolve. An individual planning commissioner, for example, or the planning commission as a whole can be prevented from providing an advisory opinion. We don't have that here. We don't have bylaws for the planning commission. We fall back to standard rules of order. However, bylaws are a part of most planning commissions, and if the board had so chose to do so, then they could impose a portion of bylaws on the planning commission, or authorize the planning commission to impose their own bylaws. Resolutions may contain matters that are not reviewed by the planning commission, such as matters that pertain to other city business, like approval of a budget, or a resolution to change the budget, or an authorization for the mayor to sign a contract for $100,000 with fill in the blank. Those are different things that the city's board can resolve to do. So let's talk about some of the differences on a side-by-side. Planning Commission resolutions are completed through discussions and typically a simple vote. They're not a formal written resolution, even though you may have a staff report that goes with those. The actual resolution is the action that's taken by the Planning Commission. For example, if there's someone that says, I move to approve SD 25-01 pending any appeal period of 10 days. And then someone seconds that, and then it gets a unanimous vote. The resolution that was taken was to approve the permit. You resolved to approve that permit. That is a planning commission resolution. That permit has now been issued. Forwarding some items to the board with a formal recommendation may change this. So if you, if for example, if there was a standard fee that was set by ordinance or as generically an ordinance, but it was originally adopted as resolution, if that pertains to the Unified Development Code, then the Planning Commission can make a recommendation and forward a resolution to change some of those fees to the board, as long as it exists within your code and can be resolved by resolution. A resolution, however, cannot replace an ordinance. So if it is ordained, the only way to change it is through ordinance, except if it is vague. So the ordinance can, for example, say, a fee shall be collected for administrative services. And then separately by resolution, the resolution that the board created could say, whereas the ordinance says that a fee shall be collected for administrative services, however, that fee had not been defined, the board hereby resolves, or therefore be it resolved by the board of directors that that fee shall be $100. Moving forward, instead of redoing the entire ordinance, you can redo the resolution and save yourself a couple of trips to the microphone. So there are easier ways to do some of the things that we've done in the past. Approving items authorized to do so by the board of directors is another thing that the planning commission resolutions do. So approving preliminary plats, approving easements, and approving significant development permits. Those are planning commission resolutions for approval. Making formal recommendations to change zoning codes. So let's say Commissioner Renard wants to revisit the density of our historic district area and says, I would like to change that. The planning commissioners have the ability to bring forward legislative changes to the planning commission to be heard forward by the board of directors. However, the full planning commission has to come to a consensus to forward that change request to send it to the board. That is a resolution. However, we would probably take that resolution, draft it as an ordinance, and then present the ordinance recommendation from the planning commission from the staff level. You resolved it to make a change. Staff is preparing the ordinance, and we present that to the board of directors. Board of directors is a little different, though. It's completed through discussion and voting and formally written resolutions typically, which is documented for record. However, there are occasions where they just take a board action and a simple vote on the go. Those are just simple resolutions. Formal resolutions, though, are approved resolutions that can be vetoed by the mayor, and to be overridden, it would require 5 votes to override. And they can include things like making official citywide declarations, such as the board positions on certain topics. It can authorize the mayor to do things such as sign contracts and authorizing budget actions. There's a lot of other reasons to have a resolution, but one thing to note is that resolutions stay in the record of the city clerk. So unlike the planning commission resolutions that live in the minutes and will eventually expire and be removed, resolutions typically in a city are perpetually maintained in a book of records by the city clerk's office as a formal approved resolution by the board of directors. So there's some things that the planning commission is empowered to do by the state of Arkansas. First one is comprehensive studies. The planning commission shall prepare a work program and make comprehensive studies of the present conditions and probable future growth of the municipality and its neighboring territory. That is written in the Arkansas Code annotated subsection 1456 412B. That is a shall statement. It is not an option. The planning commission has an obligation to do that. Planning commission at this time has gone through a comprehensive plan and we are currently operating under that comprehensive plan. If the Planning Commission feels that that comprehensive plan is no longer valid because we've strayed too far away from its original intent, then they have an obligation to bring that item back forward. Typically, staff will intervene in that at some point and say, hey, it's time, this is becoming too challenging for us to use on a daily basis, or we're deviating or making so many recommendations to alter it that it's no longer a functional document. It's no longer a valid plan. We need to update our comprehensive plan. And I think, Ben, you've probably been here through, what, 2 or 3 of these iterations? They usually last 10 years. So every plus or minus 10 years, you get a new comprehensive plan update. Some cities, they request to have that done sooner. I've seen cities that want annually updated, and then I've seen cities that want every 5 years. But typically 10 years, because of comprehensive plan, it's not beneficial if you're changing that annually. Long-term planning is best if you leave it long-term. If you make constant changes, it's no longer long-term planning, it's just whoever has the microphone and makes the change for the day. Planning area maps is another requirement from the state statute. The commission shall prepare and maintain a map showing the general location of streets, public ways, and public property, and the boundaries of the area within the territorial for which it will be, I think that's a typo, within the territory for which it will prepare plans, ordinances, and regulations. The map shall be known as the planning area map. That is in ACA subsection 1456.412C. It is worth noting that in 2025, the state legislation repealed the extraterritorial zoning jurisdictions for cities, and the planning area map for a city is currently, and it may change in the future, is currently the city limits of that city, including Siloam Springs. Our entire planning jurisdiction stops at our city limits at this time. There's also plans of area. This is in the state statute. Following preparation of planning area map, the Planning Commission may prepare plans for all or any portion of the area encompassed by the map, which may consist of maps, plats, charts, diagrams, and necessary documents and descriptive matter. The plans may include, but shall not be limited to, a master street plan, a land use plan, and a community facilities plan. ACA 1456.412D. In the city of Siloam Springs, we have a master street plan. We also have a land use plan. We do not have a community facilities plan that I'm aware of. But I will point out that that's a may. It's not a requirement. It is a beneficial, those are beneficial maps to have in the community as we grow. However, they're not mandatorily required. Implementation of plans, though, can be a requisite. In order to promote, regulate, and control development and to protect the various elements of the plans, the commission, after adoption of approved plans as provided, may prepare and transmit to the legislative body such ordinances and regulations as are deemed necessary to carry out the intent of the plans or of parts thereof. Now, you may have caught that I said they may be required to, and it says may in there, because it's also going to depend on what your local ordinance requires. Your local legislative official can mandate that the Planning Commission move forward on an action. So the Planning Commission can be given a directive by the legislative body to update, for example, the master street plan. That usually comes from a directive from staff to begin updating that, and the staff knows to incorporate the Planning Commission in the appropriate actions. You may recall that recently, whenever we had the UDC, a lot of those requests came from the Board of Directors. However, we programmed in our timeline times for it to move forward with the Planning Commission in both meetings and in joint sessions with the Board of Directors. The Planning Commission did have an opportunity to vote on that to move it forward to the Board of Directors, who then ultimately unanimously authorized the adoption of the Unified Development Code. Be the same with any of these plans. We would first bring it to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission could table it, could say, no, we don't want to authorize that. But likely it would move forward to the Board of Directors with a recommendation of denial if the planning commission did not support it. It doesn't require the planning commission to support it. Planning commission just has to be able to be a part of the decision making. It is an advisory committee. The planning commission forwards an item to the city board with a recommendation. That is their resolution. They are resolving to forward the request to the board with said recommendation. Planning commission items automatically forwarded to the board include rezonings, which is an ordinance, zoning code amendments, which are ordinance, use permits, which are resolutions, final plat changes, which are resolutions, and plan amendments, which are resolutions. But you won't see those in the ordinance format or the resolution format. You'll see that as a presentation from staff, and you will resolve to forward those items with a recommendation to the board of directors. With the board of directors report, they will see a formalized version of what you had asked us to move forward, or ask us, or in some cases recommended denial on. Permits not automatically forwarded to the board include significant development permits and preliminary plats. Even if those get appealed, when those move forward to the board, it does not change to a resolution. They are appealing the denial or approval of a permit. The board is not going to move forward saying, well, we disagree with this. They're being asked to explain why they believe the planning commission erred in their approval or denial of the permit. They are ex facto sitting in the seats of a planning commissioner to make a determination. That's important to understand because Richardson v. City of Little Rock Planning Commission is a ruling that says that the planning commission cannot make these determinations. If the board so chooses, it can sit in the seat of a planning commissioner. It still is subject to the Richardson v. City of Little Rock Planning Commission determination. They do not have special privileges from their legislative seat to overturn the state statute. What does that mean? That means that they have to, if they're going to overturn a decision of the planning commission on a significant development permit or a preliminary plat, they have to have a reason why. And that reason has to be that they denied something that meets all of the requirements of code, or they approved something that doesn't meet all the requirements of code. They will be asked to explain why that appeal should be approved. Permits not reviewed by the Planning Commission are annexations, right-of-way and easement closures, and final plats that are identical to the preliminary plat. Some of those are just prescribed by state statute that they just go straight to the board through, for example, annexations and easement and right-of-way closures are done by petition. Those petitions get submitted to the city clerk, and once those petitions meet the petition requirement, they're heard by the board after any mandated scheduling and notification requirements. When we go through these processes, though, we have an application approval process time, and this is, I'll hand this back over to Ben if you want to give you a little bit of an explanation of what we're looking at.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, so this is something we include for our applicants, and it's kind of just a visual overview of all the different applications that you can get through the planning division and where they stop. And so where you see the process done, that's the final approval. They don't go for, so for instance, a lot split does not go all the way to the board of directors. The lot split is approved at a city staff level, so that is done. The legal notice, the reason you see the skip, that means that those particular lot line adjustment and lot consolidation don't require legal notification, but everything else, where you see the blue, would. So, staff doesn't approve a significant development permit, that will skip over our staff approval. It will end up at the planning commission for approval. And then the appeal is in the red there. That's if they choose to appeal, then it would go to that board meeting. So that's kind of just going through all the different permits and sort of what, people often ask, well, which ones take the longest? You can see that the variance, or excuse me, the rezoning will take the longest because it is both planning commission and also to the board for 3 readings. Whereas a special use permit, you don't have to read a special use permit 3 times at the board. They can just vote on that one time. And so that will always automatically end a little bit sooner. So it just kind of gives you a little bit of overview of just sort of the process of, what permits take faster versus slower through our process. And this has been updated, of course, with the new Chapter 35 Unified Development Code. So, and I think that ends it for any questions for Chris or I. Thank you.
All right, any questions? All right, so let's go ahead and move, if there's no objections. Does anyone need a break, or can we just move straight to the final session of the day, and we will wrap it up a little early? So I will say that the last session of the day is, I want to kind of explain what we've done throughout the day, and this will get us through the end of it, and we'll move along. But the session 1 was regarding when we went through session 1, it was regarding what we can say. It was FOIA, Freedom of Information Act requests. So before we know anything else, the first thing you should know is what you can say. So we went through that. We have basic knowledge now of what you're allowed to say and what you're required to give up whenever someone asks for that information as a public official. So then we moved forward into case law. When we went to case law, we switched from what you can say to what you can do. So we know that we're required to present that information over, and we're also a little bit knowledgeable on the limitations of our actions, because we know that case law has limited us to make specific decisions. Even though sometimes we want to make other decisions, we're required by state law to move forward with what our code states, with the limitations of the law. And in session 3, we talked about the Planning Commission. We're bringing it a little bit closer to home. So Planning Commission, we know what we can say, we know what we can do. So let's talk about where we're doing these actions at. We're doing it at the Planning Commission level. So in the Planning Commission level, we discussed what the Planning Commission is and how it's formed. And then we're going to talk a little bit, we're taking it down even further. We're going to talk about what kind of actions the Planning Commission handles, and those are developments and rezones primarily, among some other things. And when we talked about those developments and those rezones, we then explained what makes it legal. Resolutions and ordinances make it legal. So after all of that said and done, so then what? The board, Planning Commission, is done with their portion. So that leaves a lot of planners in the dark, because we've gone through our portion of it, but we're not included in the actual construction of projects. But you are, because even though you're not a part of an approval after that effect, you as a planning commissioner have gone through and approved this pending that it's constructed as you have approved. So if you're driving by something and you say, hey, when we approved this as a planning commission, we had a row of trees in the front, and it doesn't have a row of trees in the front. Why did it change? Well, there's some instances where after an approval, maybe there's an underground utility that was not identified. Maybe there were some minor changes to the plat that had to occur. Do 15% plan change without planning or board approval, just by the city administrator can sign off on that. That's a part of development. It's going to happen. It's going to hurt feelings from time to time, but that's just the way that development works. You get on the site, you find a water line that wasn't on the plans. You find a gas line that no one knew was there. Have to make those changes. And if we had to bring every one of those back, then we would need to meet more than one time a month with the Planning Commission and the board. So those are just normal parts of the process. But whenever we get through those approval processes, there's still some permitting. And Randall's going to talk a little bit about what happens after the project is approved. Session 7 is permits, inspections, and certificate of occupancy. And this will be the final session. After this, everyone's dismissed.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, myself and Ryan, our code enforcement specialist, will be presenting this. This is what we're gonna go over. As Chris was stating, after your resolution to approve a significant development permit or a preliminary plat, building permits are now required. The building permit in Siloam is the overarching permit that controls authority to use that property for its intended use with its final document, which we'll go through and get to our final certificate of occupancy. We're going to look at application submittals, the requirements for submittals, notice of processing, plan review times, permit type for reviewers, a code review, second submittals if the first submittal didn't get approved, fees, permit issuance, pre-construction meetings, SWIPs, Arkansas Department of Health, approvals, construction plan approvals, grading permit, inspections, maintenance bonds, easements, TCOs, and CFOs. And I'll try to get through it as fast as I can so we can get out of here. First thing is their application submittal for their building permit. We have a few ways that the customer can do that. Right now, we have our brand new BSNA cloud-based system, and we are encouraging all contractors to use that now. I got here in 2013, everything was on paper. I mean, you know, you walked up to City Hall and went to our offices, our permitting offices, and turned in your application. And then that was on a carbon copy, and it went to several different code officials, the electric department, and everybody to approve that building permit. We since then moved to just emails where people would upload their applications to an email and send those in. That was a huge step for Siloam Springs, for the building department, huge. We did, in 2016, we moved to a different software system. And now this year, last year in April, we moved to this BSNA portal system, and it is a huge engine that is providing us with some great organization and efficiency. Now instead of the applicant uploading their permit to an email, whenever we did that, then somebody on our staff had to look at that email, download whatever they submitted to us, and then upload it into our system and get it to everybody to review, send out emails. And even before that, it was phone calls. If there was something wrong, then the staff would have to call the applicant and say, hey, I don't understand this. This is not code, you know, blah, blah, blah. So now everything is getting a lot more automatic, and we'll go through a little bit of that. And we do allow drop-off in person. Some people, they don't like to use a computer system. It can be daunting sometimes for people, and so we allow people to drop things off, and we will help them get through our process. The requirements for your application for a standard building permit is generally the application itself, a site plan that shows us, you know, where is this building going to be located, show us the setbacks, show us the lot coverage, and then architectural plans for the building itself, the nitty-gritty of the building, how it's built to meet the building code. Whenever it's a significant development project, the site plan is included in the civil plans that are approved by you guys. So whenever this comes through, we have to ensure that the site plan that they provide matches what you authorized on the civil plans for the significant development. If it doesn't, then we've got to hit the brakes. They've got to provide, explanation or whatever. Notice of complete application. So as of very recently, state law requires municipalities to provide a notice to the applicant within 5 working days, I think is what it is, that we have accepted their application. We've looked at it very quickly, and we have determined that we have the capability to review your application and follow through with the processing. By law, we're required 5 days to do that. With our new system on our BSNA program, we built an automatic workflow so that whenever they provide that, when they send that data in electronically through the cloud, it comes in. Once our permit technician staff sees that, she reviews that, or he, and they determine that, yes, we can do this. And so once they input that application into the system, it generates an email automatically to the customer that says, we received your application, we're good to go. We've just complied with state law by doing that. So then, now it's time for plan review. The permit application's been put into the system. Our plan reviewers, we have plan review, not for every single permit. We have a lot of permits. We have permits for, if you want, we can issue a doghouse permit. It just depends on what's going on. We got permits to build a fence, little outbuildings, or it might be a 4-story hotel in Siloam. So we have permits for everything. These are the ones that require staff to actually look at the application and say, does this meet all of our code? This requires some time to look at. It's not an automatic permit issuance like a plumber to get a plumbing permit or an electric permit. Those are commercial, residential, accessory structures, fences, signs, and driveways. Here are our review times. Standard commercial, we want 2 weeks. That's to look at the building plans in detail for a commercial building, look at every single thing that the code requires, from plumbing, electrical, mechanical, to energy, structural, all the way up to the roof. Residential, we like 1 to 4 days. Same as for accessory structures, fences, signs, and driveways. Our commercial building permits, the plan review is generally looked at by 5 officials, whereas residential is only 1 to 2. 1 official for accessory structures, fences, signs, and driveways. Code review consists of structural safety, fire safety, emergency egress, your MEPs, your ADA compliance, parking, lot coverage, landscaping, and lighting. A lot of the landscaping, the lighting, the lot coverage, if that's part of the civil plans of a significant development project, that's also what the Planning Commission will approve. If the plans, if there's something wrong with the plans they provide, they don't meet code, then obviously we have to notify them of that, and they will have to resubmit whatever we ask them to do. That's same as the application. They can do that automatically. We have part of our BSNA system is electronic plan review now that we have. So we can take those documents and they upload on our screen. We have the capability to draw on their plans, mark them up, put text boxes in. We can circle things. We can put arrows. We can put comments in, whatever we need, and mark that as disapproved. It saves it. It will automatically generate. It will automatically, once all the approvals or disapprovals are completed, then that data will be sent to the applicant automatically, and they will be notified. This is what the city needs because it's not working for us. This document needs, it's whatever. It's the wrong color or whatever it may be. You missed something. You didn't provide us something. So they can submit that to us automatically. Once they send it to it, we get notification that says, hey, the last document has arrived for this second submittal. And so it's very, very efficient. The days of calling and talking to people are going away, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm showing my age a little bit, but. Let's see here. So we had pre-construction meetings that are required for the larger projects. So, you know, let's say the significant development permit has been approved by you guys. They're in the process of getting their building permits so they can start, and their grading permits so they can start turning the dirt work out there. Before we just let them do that, they have to have that grading permit. We want, after they get their erosion control measures in, that's part of the state requirements. I don't know if you're familiar with erosion control measures, but it's to keep the stormwater pollution off of it going in our streams that might be generated because of the disturbance of that site. They go in and they get rid of the vegetation. They brought their bulldozers in. They tore this land up. And then here comes this big rain system, and it hits that dirt, and all the sediment goes off into our creek system. Well, we can't have that. So we have to have these erosion control measures placed in place. And so we have to inspect those before we will allow them to start pushing that dirt. And so that's part of our program that we look at. But we want that pre-construction meeting with them to say, hey, this is what, yes, you've been approved by the Planning Commission on your project. Now you're actually ready to boots on the ground. Let's get this thing going. Let's meet one more time with a few staff members and make sure that you guys, face to face or on Teams, but you actually talk about it. Say, do you understand? Do you understand that you've got to have this in place? Do you understand that if you track mud out on the street, you better get out there with that street sweeper and get it picked up immediately, or there's consequences involved. So that's what that meeting's for. We go over their stormwater pollution prevention plan just to make sure that those measures are in place so that our streams don't get damaged or polluted with, and it could be fuels. If they spill fuels, it has to be contained. As far as those SWIPs, we have a program in place. We have to go inspect them every 7 to 14 days, or if there's been a half an inch of rain or more, we'll go out and inspect that to make sure that they're doing their inspections. Just make sure everybody's doing their job and watching over this stuff so that there's not any accidents. That's what the goal is. So it takes a lot of staff time to go out there. We have to keep it on our schedule to go do this. Also on the larger projects, if you're extending the water utilities or any infrastructure, water or sewer, they have to get Arkansas Health Department approval prior to that. They have to have their plans approved by us for the water system that the city, will maintain and take over eventually after they get it all done. They have to get this approval from the Arkansas Department of Health prior to it, and it takes a long time to get that done. So they have to, all this in their timing, they probably have submitted that to Arkansas Department of Health before the Planning Commission has even looked at this project, most likely. Then once everything has been approved for their building permit, once the plans are approved, we're ready to issue the permit pending any fees. We have what we call just a standard building permit fee. That's based upon, like for residential construction, it's based on what our code says the value per square foot, per heated square footage is. It goes into a table. We have that fee. In commercial, it is based upon the project cost for that building from the ground up. We have plan review fee. It's $50 for anything less than $150,000 or $75,000 for over. We have electric extension fee. That is what it costs the city to get power to that site, including the big transformer that's out there, the primary conductors in the ground and such. We have electric a connection fee, which is the power conductors from the transformer or the junction box to the building itself. We have street impact fees. Those are, we have a code in a chart in our UDC that we reference. Our engineer comes up with that fee based upon that fee table. For restaurants, quick serve restaurants, it's huge. It's a lot of money per trip. You know, it's all about the impact on our streets. So we pass that along to the developer. We have Arkansas Act 474 states that any commercial construction, we have to charge a surcharge of 50 cents for every $1,000 of construction costs. So we charge that to developer. We take that fund, and then our finance department sends a monthly check to the state. Fees are paid. Now it's time to issue the building permit. This is what the building permits generally look like. This one here actually is for the Sherwin-Williams store that on Simon Sager. And to your comment earlier, Commissioner Kevin, this was one that did not go through a significant development stage. This was just a building permit. And so staff, they have almost the same exact requirements as a significant development, but it's just looked at in-house by the staff and doesn't go on to the planning commission to get approved. So that one there, I mean, you know, I think it's 5,000 square feet. I think their building was 499 or something like that, you know. So, and then, so once you get your building permit, our system will automatically, once we send them a link to pay for their permit fees, once they pay for that, that system automatically generates this permit, and it will send to them, and they can print it out, and they post it on the job site. Or they can come by and we'll print one out for them, and we'll give them in a nice little waterproof sleeve, whichever one they want to prefer. So then they've got their permit, they start their work, and now it's time for inspections, typical commercial inspections. You know, your foundation, your in-wall, above ceiling, your mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work, your exterior site work, and your finals. Now, that seemed like a short list. There's a lot of things in between there. I'm just kind of summarizing it for you. Residential inspections, foundation, framing, building envelope, exterior site finals. Building envelope is kind of what it sounds like. It's the building envelope for energy. Where is your insulation value? Is it in your attic sitting on your ceiling joist, or is it up in your attic spaces? What is that envelope? Is it complete? We have to make sure that all of that is in compliance with code. If it's a big job, you know, we have maintenance bonds that are required sometimes. If there's a public sidewalk that's to be installed, if they are extending the utilities, whether it's water or sewer, at the end they have to provide a bond to the city for 50% of the construction cost value. That number is generated by the applicant. They have to provide that to our city engineer. He has to say yes or no, I approve of that number. Once he gets that done, then they will actually provide the bond to the city, and we will release it after 2 years if the bond wasn't needed. Let's see, streets, easements are sometimes needed. A lot of times on a big project, there might be a drainage issue that come up, or something in the significant development plan was changed to alter the drainage, or they needed to get, I don't know, reroute the power. Something wasn't, you know, something come up. So now we have the right to, our engineer can say, hey, I need this easement right here before we will give you your C of O, because this changed and it wasn't discovered at the beginning of the project. So then we come to the end after all the inspections have been approved. We've got occupancy permits. Our first one that I'll talk about is a temporary occupancy permit or certificate. We allow this. We let this method be used if there's unfinished work and the occupant wants occupancy. They want to move into the site. It happens a little bit sometimes on residential. Or we might use this tool to allow them to move furniture in, but the house isn't quite finished, but we'll let them move furniture in the garage or something like that. But it just doesn't relinquish and saying that, you know, your permit is complete and the city is done with you. A lot of companies want to bring their training staff in, but they're still laying tile on the floor. It just depends on the inspector, you know, what he thinks is safe for people who are not familiar with the construction industry to be in there. Can they go in there and safely do what the owner or the contractor wants to allow to happen on their job site? Then we can move on to your certificate of occupancy. This is the final document that closes out the building permit. This is when the city says, we are done, you've done everything we've asked, you've complied with everything, you're finished. We do have measures in place. A lot of times, a contractor or a developer wants to hand over the project to the owner, or they want paid or something like that, and their requirement is that they have to have a full C of O. We have a method to go through if they want, where they can provide the city with a bond. And they said, well, here's your C of O, and the city has a bond. The same thing for the maintenance bond. We have to get it all approved for the amount. And then they can get that final C of O, but the city has a bond in place. We actually have used this a lot. And are there any questions? Sure.
How many inspectors do we have?
We have 3 building inspectors.
Okay, just curious.
We have 3 building inspectors, myself and 2 others. And then we have stormwater inspectors as well. We have 4 of those. And I mean, that's just a second or a tertiary part of their job.
Right.
They're not full-time inspectors, but we have 2 full-time building inspectors, and then myself as the building division manager.
Other thing, you listed, you know, a few of the permits and just mentioned there were a lot of options out there. I'm being on the planning commission and everything, I'm pretty involved in the city, but a lot of people don't know you're required to have a permit to put a fence up. You're required to have a permit to change your driveway, to put in an outbuilding, whatever. How is that communicated to the community? How do they know? I mean, is somebody just driving by and saying, oh, look, they're putting up a fence, we need to see if they have a permit? What's the process for that? That might be a Chris question. I
Well,
don't know.
we have some list of them on our website, on Siloam's website. We have the list of our permits there. It is a very good question because there are a lot of, you know, Siloam Springs has come a long way over the past 20 years because just getting codes adopted, different permits implemented for things like fences or these little outbuildings and things like that. So, you know, they can always call up and ask us, and that's what most people do. If there's any doubt at all, they will call up and ask us if a permit's required. That's the best way to do it.
I just know there's a lot of it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yes and no. The problem with that is that generally, if you start work without a required building permit, you're going to get penalized for it. And it's even in our code, we will charge double the building permit fees. So it's always better to ask. And I will say that I've seen different cities have websites that have, hey, question and answer, is this permit required? And they'll have all of these little, this data that says yes or no. The problem with doing that is most of the time the answer to is a permit required. Most of the time the answer is it depends. It depends on how far you're taking that job. And so it's hard, it's difficult to say just a yes or no answer when somebody asks is a permit required because we don't know how, until that scope of work is going. If you don't have all of that and you say no, then they'll just take that and run with it. And then you find out later, well, that's not, you actually went further to where a permit is required. So it can be a difficult question and answer.
Okay, if a permit is required, I know you said, like on the significant developments and stuff like that, once that permit's issued and they're working on it, it's displayed. And I've seen that many times. I used to work in the industry where you had to check off when you did rough in, trim out, that kind of stuff. If a permit's required, say, for a fence or a driveway or an outbuilding, are those supposed to be displayed also?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it's for the reason that you're implying, I'm assuming is, you know, you want to know, everybody wants to know if their neighbor or whoever,
Right.
if they have a permit, are they abiding by the rules? And that's why we want those permits posted, even if it's for a fence. You know, get that thing posted up in your window from the street so everybody can see that you're complying with the city standards.
Well, I want to have a couple of questions. First one is, I do watch what's going on in the community around me when I'm driving around because I'm in the industry that I'm in. I don't always see the permits, but when somebody comes along like they did on 702 Jefferson on that duplex, and they completely built porches on, built a front porch, covered it with aluminum siding and everything, or probably vinyl siding. I never saw a permit out there, but I make an assumption that on a busy street that you all have been in touch with them and that you know what's going on. Do you want citizens to be aware of those things and let you know, or is it just one of those situations where it happens?
I'd say yes, if there's any doubt.
If you don't see it posted?
If you don't see it posted, give us a call. We'll check it out because it does happen. There's a lot of people out there that still do not know when permits are required.
Yeah.
And so, you know, most people don't want to buck the system. They want to do what's right, and it just happens. So, you know, we're not heavy-handed about it. We just correct the matter and move forward.
Well, my second question has to do with certificate of occupancy. So in my business of selling real estate, builders are now putting property on the market with only the pad is poured, right? And
Yes.
it's going to be finished March 31st. So at that point in time, are they going to be the ones who have a bond that lets them forego the certificate of occupancy, or will everything have to have been completed before it comes into the hands of the buyer? I get kind of worried about that because in the rush, they get in such a rush to finish it in order to close in a timely manner to get the inspection done and certificate of occupancy. I'm always concerned, is that one of those bond things where you don't do it, you just accept that payment, that they will do it correctly?
I've never accepted a bond for anything like
Okay,
that.
we don't have it.
require the C of Os, and I think for most real estate transactions, because
They have to have it,
they have
yeah.
to have that copy of the C of O. They
That's what I
ask for,
thought.
sometimes the people lose it or something for some
Yeah.
reason, or they can't get a hold of their builder who built it, who has that in their hand. They'll call us, say, hey, can I get a copy of that C of O? Because we're closing in 2 hours, and so
That's
we
right.
do our best to try to get that to them.
That's what I thought, but when you mentioned that bond, then that made me wonder.
Sure.
Yeah,
right.
okay, thank you.
On a residential,
Yeah.
a house transaction, generally the bond is a temporary, or if it is with a bond, it's generally because they haven't got their landscaping done,
Gotcha.
or they're, we don't require a lot of landscaping, but, we have to keep their erosion control down, and so that would be probably the only reason why there would be a bond in place for a residential transaction.
Okay, thank you.
Randall, about how many building permits does your permit technician have come through her office in a year? Can you just give a ballpark?
It's kind of hard to say. We had 353 that came through in 2024, but that's dwelling units. So, it varies from year to year. The year before that, we had 153 residential building permits opened up consistently throughout the year. So they were coming in and they were closing them out, coming in. There was always around 150 that were always open.
Can you translate that to approximately how many inspections are done throughout the year?
Well, that's kind of relative. It just depends. We have inspection trips. That's probably about 8,000 inspection trips a year. As far as inspections, I mean, an inspector can walk around a house and walk 20 feet, and he's done 20 inspections in his mind, because he knows the code, and he's looking at all of that stuff. So you can calculate that in several ways.
Right. And until recently, I think it was last year, we received a second full-time inspector for.
Correct.
And Randall had talked about how we have 3 inspectors that included him. We have 2 full-time field inspectors for building inspections, and prior to that, we only had 1. Joyce is the newest member of our team, and she has been a fantastic fit for our team. So Ryan Schwab is the other one, and our building inspectors do stay busy, and we appreciate them.
Ryan, this is Ryan Burnett, our code enforcement specialist.
This is that 15 minutes that I said he had to wait through the whole day.
The whole day. All right, so we're just going to briefly go over how code enforcement plays into all of this that we've gone over. So we're going to go over public complaints and how we can receive those, how we investigate those, how we contact the violators, and how we enforce those violations. So typically we get phone calls, emails, fix-it forms, which I'm sure you guys may be familiar with, and walk-ins. Those are the main ways that we receive our complaints. And then very rarely we will get letters, particularly from our older population.
Shocking.
Okay,
Yeah.
so when we investigate those, it's very simple. We determine if it's a violation. If it is a violation, we'll photograph and document it. If it's not a violation, then we close it, and we have nothing to do with it from that point forward. We don't get involved in civil matters, so if it's not a violation, we don't touch it any time after that. Then after we determine if it is a violation, we'll contact via door hanger, letter, phone call, or email. Those are our most common ways of contacting violators. Now, usually that's all we have to do. We let them know and they'll correct it. But on rare occasions, people do buck the system, as Randall previously said. And we have some tools to deal with that. We have citations, which come with mandatory court appearances, a $25 to $500 fine if found guilty, and additional court fees. And then we also have property liens if we correct the violation ourselves so that we can recoup those expenses. That's all I have for code enforcement. So do you guys have any questions?
So regarding code enforcement, when you have contacted and identified it's a violation, do you let the person who reported it know that you're working on that? Or is that something you just?
Only if they ask. If they ask for follow-up, out of courtesy, we will do that. But if they don't ask for follow-up, we usually don't. In most cases, we don't have to. They trust us to do our job, and we do our job. But if they specifically request a follow-up, then we will follow up.
I think the full code of what is a violation is available online, or it was. I remember when we first got that and we reviewed it. So I think you can see what is a code violation online. Am I correct, Chris?
Yes, you can see what constitutes a code enforcement violation versus what everything that does.
Sorry, here we all are.
Sure, it does identify what is a code enforcement violation in our code. Everything that doesn't fall into that or into some other code that specifically gives the code enforcement specialists the authority to investigate that would fall under the police department. We get them on a regular basis that it's someone that confuses the difference between a criminal or civil complaint versus a code enforcement complaint. We just had one, for example, last night. I was emailing at 9:30 at night because I received an email from a citizen that was concerned about a criminal issue. And it was just minor criminal issue, but it's not something that would be a code enforcement specialist's job to intervene. And our code enforcement specialists are trained to know the difference between those civil matters. So we run into those not only with code enforcement with our code enforcement specialists, but if you work at the city in planning or development, you are ex facto a code enforcement specialist of some kind. If it's a planning issue, then Ben, he enforces the code. Kyle enforces the code. If it's a drainage issue, Randall or Brent enforce the code. We do have to make determinations what's something that we can take action on and what we can't. For example, a lot of those civil matters are drainage complaints. When you have two pieces of property and there's drainage between those two pieces of property and there's no easements and no rights of way associated with that, those are typically civil matters between property owners and private property maintenance issues that we don't interfere in. But there's other issues where we do call code enforcement and stuff like that. For example, if you have a drainage easement across your backyard and it gets blocked by one party that doesn't want it to come through their yard, then they're blocking a drainage easement. They are in violation of our ordinance. So a code enforcement specialist could come in and tell them to clear it out, or we could do an abatement and send them the invoice, stuff like that. So it's a lot of different actions. It's really unique to each individual scenario, but probably the majority of them that come through that are like relative to drainage or those type of issues, the vast majority of those type of complaints are civil matters between property owners. A lot of the issues that Ryan and his guys get called out to are just people being careless, letting their trash get out of control. If it's a construction site, and then it's not uncommon for the construction site superintendent to allow the trash at that location to blow all over the place, or for tracking to go out. And if our stormwater manager is not available, then a code enforcement specialist can go out and tell them, hey, get this cleaned up. So, any additional questions?
Of course. What's your time frames? Like you said, a complaint can come in all those different ways. You'll notify whoever you need to notify, and you said that's normally the end of it. If it's not the end of it, how much time do you give them to comply, or do you go back out and check to see if they've complied to whatever you were asking them to do? What's that whole time frame involved?
That's a great question. So it's a case-by-case basis, as you probably can imagine. But just to give you some specific examples, tall grass, rubbish and garbage out of control, that type of stuff, we typically give 7 days. That's usually plenty of time, and it's not too long to where we're letting the violation get even more out of control. But we do have discretion, and we do exercise that discretion as needed. But typically it's 7 days. However, there are very specific circumstances where we will extend that, like for really big issues that you clearly can't fix in 7 days. We'll obviously use our discretion and give them more time to handle that.
And I will say too, like if it's a building code violation or something like that, we will allow them to, we give them a little bit of time to come in and give us a plan of action if it's a big item, so that we know what's going on, or open up a building. If a building permit is required, then if they open up that building permit, then that just immediately put that property as a construction zone. So we have that measure in place.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
That's all we got today. We're going to be working on a development-centric training that's going to be more geared towards Brent and some of our guys that do development inspections, different stuff like that. So you'll see some different faces. Probably be March. It's just going to depend on what our guidance is, because we are also working on an update for the drainage criteria manual, and it'll probably be tied to that in some manner. So appreciate you all, and have a good day.